Hello everybody, how are you all doing today? I'm Venturious Blackheart and welcome back to some Honkai Star Rail, which today we start the new update, The Fall at Dawn's Rise. How much for resources are left after this? I have no idea. If this isn't the end of Euphorious. I don't look like it was finally leading to that. I've been avoiding the trailer. I've only looked at character teasers, but not the trailers. At all. Because the trailers are always full of spoilers for some reason. Well, let's look at the story recap, so I don't need to say what's been going on.
Following the advice of the Chrysos heirs, I embarked on the trial of time, only to learn that I had been dead since the moment I stepped onto Euphorious. To reclaim the future that had been stolen from me, we pushed onward in pursuit of the Death Titan, Thanatos. Meanwhile, Anaxa, one of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany, broke free from the surveillance of the Golden Threads and actively sought refuge from the Council of Elders. After winning the Council's trust, he ascended Dawncloud with Circe's the Reason Titan, who resided within him, and sought an audience with Kefali, the world-bearing Titan. To obtain information about the entrance to the Nether Realm, Castorus had no choice but to support the Council of Elders in proposing a pause in the flame chase journey. With the aid of the demigod, Cypher, she set out for the ancient city of the dead dragon, Styxia. Castorus successfully recreated the dead dragon Pollux via alchemy, and used its power to return to the Nether Realm, where she faced Thanatos, the Death Titan. She returned both the Titan's core flame and the stolen future, restoring the cycle of life and death in Euphorious. Anaxa's soul met Castorus in the Nether Realm, where he proved his hypothesis regarding creation. At the Citizens' Assembly, he cast a pivotal vote and used the charge of blasphemy to thwart the Council of Elders' schemes for power, allowing the flame chase journey to continue. After returning Circe's core flame, Anaxa's physical body completely disappeared.
Well, I just had something before I even finished. But that was all that was needed to know. Me need to know more about Anaxa, hypocrite of the demigods. Yeah, we're going now so we can start this new story.
This place is rich with the sweet scent of flowers. Can we stay here for
Julian,
a while
how you
longer?
doing? Before I interact with that, of course, let's take care of everything else first. Yeah, let's not change anything. Dispatch again. Let's claim absolutely everything I have here to claim. Okay, oh. Castor's messaging me from the underworld? I didn't even think she had signal down there. Mr. Trailblazer, if you are receiving this message, then you must have departed, have already departed another realm. I now feel that our farewell was far too rushed. It was only after you left that I remembered I still had something to tell you. I crocheted a little doll of you, but I didn't manage to finish stuffing it with milk cotton before I left. I also tried to recreate the Express as a cloth pendant based on your description. I took it inside a photo album when decorated. When decorated with dried flowers, it looked truly one of a kind. I had hoped that when you reach the end of the flame chase and stand witness to the birth of a new world, these items might bring you a trace of warmth. But in the end, I didn't even manage to give them to you in time. To ensure the new world's warmth, I will forever remain within this sea of flowers to watch over lost souls. And if fate allows us to meet again, remember our promise. Deal. Of course I cannot reach her. Let's grab this stuff. And what is this about? I don't know why that's there. So I can grab these. Let's go here to turn them in the free tickets. This is what we're working on now. Okay, this got time, so there's no rush to take care of that event. We're definitely gonna tackle this. I wanna see if Hyacinth is worth it. So that's her Memo Sprite? A little fat, winged pony. Seriously? When I saw it in the trailer, I thought, okay, is that like some kind of like random companion? No, that's her Memo Sprite. Summons feel like when allies HP is lowered, heal them. Increased all allies max HP. The higher the outgoing healing, the higher the damage dealt by a little icon. Interesting. What happened there, Kirito? Interesting team setup, but then again, it does make sense for her to be with Casperus. Okay, that was adorable, even though this thing is a little overweight. A fat unicorn. It's not My Little Pony because it just looks like an overweight My Little Pony thing. I would suppose see that on some My Little Pony clips or something if it was part of that franchise. Stars restores the speech for all allies, increase max HP. Summons like, of course. Summons like, and restore HP to all allies enter the after rain state. While Hyacinth is in this state, includes all allies max HP. This is like provides healing, increase Aika's damage dealt. Okay.
Let's try this
like those things.
Do it!
The future is bright. Have some sunshine. So this is the warm kind. May this faint, dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Breaks over.
Don't be
Holy!
Life is not so fragile.
Wait, did little Aika really do that much damage? It doesn't look much here, but the number here, that was something else.
Embrace a new life. Return to dust. Make death
Doesn't hold a candle to this thing. Oh yeah,
There's more to
Hyacinth
life.
definitely works with Castorus.
Existence is unity. Every petal
not
and all
ruin
will be swept
May
away
and
by the
not,
wind.
Trevi.
Trust me, we can do anything!
Okay, so more damage most definitely.
Enjoying yourself? Please cherish
I'd say
this time.
50.
As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Oh, it's not over yet. I have over attack, regular attack.
That hurts. Stay away. May this faint light.
Yeah, I think I need to get higher. Every time I get her, I just.
I'm on it.
Mimi.
I love that thing he does.
Eternal. Life is not so fragile. Embrace a new life. Darkness with me. May death protect us.
They're not gonna
Trust me, we can do
Maybe they will.
anything!
As you wish.
It completely nullifies the erosion with Hyacinth.
Have some sunshine.
Wreck's over.
I can do a little fella.
Embrace a new life.
There we go. I think I like Hyacinth. I think I might pull for her. Does it really say that though? Hang on. Did you pull out a Bible and confirm it? It does say that. Odd thing to point, honestly. Oh yeah, most definitely with play. Pretty much works well with anyone that hurts themselves and or the team. means I have to skip on the herd again because I kind of want to get Hyacinth. To be an easy replacement for both Hua Hua and Gallagher.
Take a look. This is your genius in action.
Okay.
Take a look. This is your genius in action.
I don't know what that did. Well, we'll know now what it does.
You look tough. Are you the West Wind? Away we go! Expansion.
Yeah, it's just poor
Time to twirl!
I told you, why the hell are you still wasting your time in such
Curiosity.
a toxic environment?
There's a endless riddle. Nothing but a void. Time to twirl! Go, go, go! Open sesame. Watch a chrono.
I'll see you off.
What are you looking at?
Abilities right now.
Underestimating us, Black Diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Curiosity is a dangerous thing, you know. Endless riddle. Nothing but a void. Time to twirl! Delivering warmth! Is it coming?
Now,
Are you the West Wind? Away we go! Time to twirl! Hopeless as ever. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown. Time to twirl!
Let's settle this.
Pages since I read
Never
that,
seen perfection before?
chapter of it, but
Open sesame.
I don't believe it applies to you anyway. Well, there's other places you take to in the internet. Simple as that. That's not the only place in the internet you can do that sort of stuff. So I'm sure if you read the entire chapter, not just that verse, you will probably understand more the context of it, because they're using that without the context that comes from the rest of it. That's why I keep on telling you, don't bother with toxic environments.
Wait a sec!
There are many other places in the internet that are far more welcoming than that.
The smell of sin. Recount. Enemy targets
By the will
detected.
of the 10 lords. The 10 lords decree, hereby ordained.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Coming up now. How much time?
I'll still figure
I
out
shall
who's
be the
over
judge.
here.
I can do this.
Alright,
Commencing
these
support.
skills, not just ultimate.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
never get the job done at this rate. Cleaning up now!
I don't see how you can see. Remember, even I don't remember the verse, but even in the Bible, it says
This is serious.
that nobody is perfect. How was the line exactly? It's been a while.
Let's start today's duties.
And it was okay to be imperfect. I'm trying to remember the lines perfectly. It's been ages.
By the will of the Ten Lords decree, hereby ordained.
Your God made us like that.
Enemy targets detected.
And sin, honestly, again, many people consider a lot of things sin that they actually aren't. And you're probably thinking maybe you're doing something that is
Enemy data
sin when it
secure.
actually isn't.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Heck, you're probably talking to people who think
do this.
Pokemon is Satanist. And they're probably people who think those who play Pokemon are nothing more than sinners. But is it really a sin to play Pokemon? No. It's a game. There's nothing Satanist about that. You're just saying, in the wrong group. Even from what I'm seeing on my chat, you're not. Like that what you just said. We all have flaws, yes. But since, again, like, you have to look carefully at okay, what is actually a sin?
Turn it up.
This is our chance.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Well, if I were to show up there and tell them I play Honkai Star Rail, and they'll probably call me a sinner for that. But is this really a sin? No.
Try that again. You can't run. Let's rock.
But it's not a way.
Keep up.
This is our chance.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Told you I could fight.
Using that thing to
Try that again. Turn it up.
Yeah, and I told you before, you don't need any of that to seek out God. You can do it without a church, without any religious group. Just find a group that will actually put an effort understanding you, and maybe trying to advise you on things you might not understand or might misunderstand.
Come on.
Like I said, you're probably misunderstanding some things you're doing as something bad, when in reality they actually aren't. If you're saying you're actually doing your best to be a good person, then you're already on the right track. Are you not really then doing anything actually wrong? Yeah, we sometimes screw up. Yeah, we get angry. That's perfectly
Move
normal.
carefully.
What we do with that anger is what matters.
That's better.
Much better.
Just a little something.
hurt.
Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me. Rules are made to be broken.
That'll take more than medicine. Seems I've been waiting a while.
Don't worry about me.
True, there is that too, though, Julian.
The truth of life in the sanctuary is but a vision. Blank!
Emerge from your cocoon.
Not where I meant to hit.
I'm so parched.
Sound I got more. I'm still having these. Here's the thing, when it comes to religion, people can believe whatever they want, in my opinion. Now, how they go about it with their religion, that's what matters, and to me, like, if you keep on like rubbing it on their face trying to use your religion to try and impose something, then that person is, in my point of view, would be committing an sin because they're being a straight up asshole. Just look at TikTok, there's a lot of those. The Christian Karens, as I call them, and many other people who I call them. But if you're just looking for help, saying maybe where you're struggling and trying to get some advice, you're okay then. You're not really doing anything wrong. You're just hanging out in the wrong place. Or asking the wrong people. You just gotta find the right people to talk to you about that. I got no pity because I got lucky last time and they're getting an AXA. You got a friend that you hang out with, that's good. You just got someone you can still be in touch with and get along with. Sometimes maybe look into your friends, maybe they've experienced something similar and can give you some advice. Not really, no. It's just a matter of finding someone that either experienced what you're going through, or is actually an understanding person and open-minded. Is actually willing to give you a hand. You don't necessarily need a pastor for that. They're like someone you can trust, like a family member or a close friend. Maybe try talking to them. Or another alternative, talks to a what's the word in English? A psychologist. You'll be surprised how helpful many psychologists can actually be. After all, the psychologists are meant to hear you out, understand you, and advise you on what you can do. Like me, for instance, I went to see a psychologist. Eventually went to a psychiatrist, which now I'm on antidepressants myself right now. But I went out and found professional help. That's something you yourself could probably do. You try and go to see a psychologist, see what they have to say about your situation. Those constellations hover above, overlooking the vortex of Genesis. They embody the tale of deities, fate, foundation, creation, and calamity of the world. Now 10 among them have fallen. Their core flames return to their origin of Genesis. Above you, constellations shimmer, their brilliance echoing the faint slumber of each titan. And you have experienced four ascensions and 4 partings. Plus, a psychologist will work far much better than any pastor will. You'll be surprised how many pastors are full of shit. And there's many that are very close-minded. Yeah, and so have I, in different churches, all with other different points of view in their religion. And believe me, that it doesn't always work. The church won't always have the answer. They're not professionals either. They only preach what they believe and what they interpret of their religion. It's like their own interpretation of their said religion and what they understand in their point of view. A psychologist, on the other hand, tries to understand you and what your problem might be and trying to advise you on what you could do to help you overcome that. A church? Not really. They're gonna use what they understand from the Bible, not from you. From my own personal experience, they don't really try and look at what's wrong with you. And they might even see some might even see the littlest, dumbest thing as a terrible sin. You'd be surprised how people can pull all sorts of shit off. Yeah, I'm sure there's people still even bigger things that others noticing. Why? Because security shit, or they just don't care. This is a moment people I can't remember if they are based on truth, but one of them was developing teenager with people in his terrace That is true, like, knowing who to hang out with is also important. Again, I have, in your example there, I have seen movies of real stories, church related as well, where the bad people were actually in the church. That's why I say, seek professional help, not the church. again, doesn't protect me. Like here, that sort of stuff is fairly common. About that example you just gave, there's a church right in front of the police station here, and it got robbed as well. What did the police do? Jack shit. They stole stoves. They stole kitchen material because there is a kitchen in there, amongst other things, chairs, tables. They stole all sorts of things. Did the police do anything? No, and they're right on the door, right in front of it. Only, like, right across the street, actually. And the street isn't very wide. It only fits 2 cars, one in one direction, one in the other. That's it. So you can be surprised how pathetic the church security can be. And even when it's in front of a police station, how pathetic the police can be as well. And so Furies once became the Mad King, plunging the world into ceaseless strife until your valor brought it to an end. Our valor? You're forgetting Mighty Mouse, Phynon, Castorus. Like, we were not there alone. And its demigod successor, the Undying Mighty Mouse, chose to bear the title of Kramnos alone, returning home to be crowned as the last line of defense for the Holy City. Mighty may your battles know no defeat. The police thought it was nope. Heck, some people believe the police themselves send people, like criminals, from inside their little jail in there, told them go steal from them, and then brought them back in. Many people are thinking that maybe the police was involved themselves. Like I said, it was on their doorstep. They were coming out with things out of the church. How can they think it's cleaning if they're coming out with a bunch of things from inside the church? It's not cleaning if they're pulling things out. No, they just don't care, or they're involved. Because they can, that's why. They just think, oh, easy money, just steal the stuff and just sell it online. Nobody checks where it comes from when it's sold online, like, literally. That's why I only buy from trusted sources. I never buy anything that's labeled used. Unless I absolutely have to. But I also check the reviews. I check what people are saying about it, because of where I buy things, there's also the comment section and the reviews, where people are saying, okay, this person is actually kind of shady, has shady practices, the way the answers are kind of strange, or their delay between deliveries and things like that. That's why I say, seek professional help. Don't bother with the church. They will only tell you things based on their own beliefs, not what you're actually going through. And don't think talking to psychiatrists is a bad thing. It's not. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing to seek out professional help. Back then, the incarnation of time entrusted Mem to you at the Temple of the Three Fates. Back then, the living girl with red hair fulfilled her mission and did the first farewell. Time speaks not of fairness, yet it never stops. And now this power resides in your hands. See you tomorrow. Trian. Yeah, what is this power to begin with? We are supposedly now the demigod of time, and yet do we have any actual power with that? Again, another experience from mine, like when to a church I went to. Back when I was a kid, it was nice back then, but nowadays, back when I went back to it after I came back to Argentina, it was just not the same. It had changed too much, and then what's the word I'm looking for? I had actually heard like some questionable things, and I've actually seen questionable people in there, people I knew even. Yeah, it's just, like I said, that's just a toxic environment that don't bother to actually try to understand, or you just don't give a damn. They try to push their beliefs onto you, thinking that everything you think is wrong or everything you do is a sin. That sort of environment is not worth it, because not everything you do is a sin. Not everything you do is a mistake. That's why I tell you, like, church isn't always the option, because there's so many close-minded people there. They just don't care of how you think or how you feel. They're just gonna keep on pushing their beliefs onto you, and not try to actually figure out the core of the problem. They won't even try to get to know you, to understand what you're going through. As a psychologist, it's paid to actually listen to you and try to understand you. To actually see things from your perspective. That's why I'm telling you, stop wasting your time with those groups. Seek professional help. If you want to actually change, if you feel like there's something wrong and you're not exactly sure and you want help, seek professional help, not the church. That's pretty much the church's job, to push their beliefs onto other people. That's why I don't give a damn about religion, pretty much. Like, people believe what they want to believe. I don't care. You wanna believe in God? Believe in God. You wanna believe in Satan? Believe in Satan. You wanna believe in Buddha? Believe in Buddha. I don't care. Heck, there's literal worshippers of death here in Argentina, and I'm sure in other parts of the world as well. Not enough times. I have to say that you probably have to see it more often if you truly want to, like, try and get things, like, through. I was seeing it once every 2 weeks, so pretty much twice a month. And my therapist will actually give me exercises to do to try and push for that change I was looking for. Things that will actually help my core problem. In my case, part of my problem is that I'm an introvert. I'm introverted. I keep things to myself. I don't talk. And my therapist understood that and tried to get me to come out more, to be more open about it, to try and speak out my mind. Because I kept on holding on in, I kept on, like, bottling many of my emotions, which were actually hurting me. In my case, my therapist actually put himself in my shoes and understood what was going on. You'd be surprised how many ass cops there are. Like, sometimes you see those movies about corrupt cops, but much of it's actually true, because there are that sort of asshole cops that abuse their authority. Hey, there's even many recordings of actual cops abusing their authority. I still remember this one regarding a guy just walking in the park and 5 cops come up to him and trying to get him to stop simply because the sheriff didn't like the guy recording in a park. Even though it wasn't a law, he was trying to enforce a fake law. And it was caught on tape. Even a cop was shown that he was trigger happy because he was already reaching for his gun. And it got viral, and they could see who the cops were. That's why here in Argentina we don't trust any authority, because we already see like, most of it's full of shit, most of it here. They're either corrupt, lazy, or useless. Yeah, just because they have a badge doesn't mean they can do whatever the fuck they want. Cause I remember another recording that also hit the internet. A cop that pulled over a judge just because. Well, let's just say the cop was left with regrets. After all, he pulled over a judge. Sure, if you're willing to share. Not long ago, the head of the growth stage has helped you repel the menace is the black tide. And still not long past, the unruly scholar staged one grand performance, granting you a glimpse of this world's truth at the cost of his life. I mean, that world truth that can apply to real world after all. More than half the politicians are actually no, every politician is like that wench trying to control the world and trying to enforce her own rules. And the incarnation of reason at edge of existence, have you found your answer? What's that noise? Oh, which is my brother heating up some of the leftover food. The prophecy once made the hand of shadow choose two, granting one the fate of death, yet their bond woven and hauntingly beautiful tale that stretched across time. At the end, the incarnation of death who journeyed from the nether realm to the living world chose to remain in that sea of flowers, retrieving your future. At the end of the west wind, we shall meet again, casters. What a long journey it's been. It's not over yet. Time and again, farewells haven't numbed you. Yet, you can't help but wonder, how many more goodbyes will the journey of trailblazing entail? You question whether you'll be able to express each goodbye with heartfelt emotions. Well, you better get used to it there, Trailblazer, because from what I've seen, there'll be plenty more goodbyes. And from what I understand, the Trailblazer's full of goodbyes. You saw it sink into the ocean. You recall how the Enforians cherish epics, using stories to soothe their sorrows. Perhaps you should embrace this way to dispel your melancholy and regain your strength. Then let it begin. Countless words of adventure surge through your mind. You need only to grasp just one to anchor your creation. Don't be influenced by the noise outside. Just focus on the keyword in your mind. It is indeed difficult, but you should still cling tightly to your inspiration, weaving heartfelt and elegant verse. Alright, this is an impossible task. Just one glance at your phone. It won't disrupt your thoughts, or so you tell yourself. What does this cat want now? Hey, grew mystery last time and Stixia 0 time for treasure hunting. Absolute disaster. Now the River of Souls mostly retreated. I'm back, baby. In the water, a big shiny chest. I can't use the miracle orb and I can't wade through. Your power of time is needed now. 70-30 split. 30 for you and 70 for me. I mean, I'm doing all the job. Exactly. Details, details. Okay, here and we talk. I don't trust this cat. Yeah, unfortunately most cops are like that, unfortunately. I'd be surprised how bad it can get. I can give you an example of something that happened here actually. Was it last year? No. I think it was 2023 or 2022, not long ago. There ended up some kind of shooting on the neighborhood next to mine, where a little girl got shot by the cops, and an investigation was open as to why there was a shootout. It turned out the cops were there helping some drug dealing gang to fight off a rival drug dealing gang. After that went public, they decided, okay, let's replace every single last cop in this area, which is, note, my area, the cops here where I live. Every single last cop had to be replaced because everyone knew they were all involved with the drug dealing gang. And they were helping said drug dealing gang repel others, and someone innocent got caught in the middle of that. You pretty much had that to your advantage. Like, you're not from our county, you can't do jack shit. On the contrary, we can have you arrested for that. He can even lose his badge and get arrested for enforcing the law in a county that was not his own. As admit, even during this arduous and struggling low point, there are still those who live joyfully. Cypher's endless searching desire for wealth seems more turbulent than the waters of Scale Gorge waterscape. Actually, even because he had an armored police car, he could not pull you over. Like, the only cars that can actually pull you over are marked police cars. If it's unmarked, then it cannot actually pull you over. because on the marks it shows what county they belong to. That person driving an unmarked car, they then cannot enforce the law unless they're undergoing a direct police investigation, and the one they're going after is related to the said investigation. If not, they have to drive. The only ones that can pull you over are ones with marked police cars. Get the password now. It only brings sorrow, but sadness has no place in this moment. What you need is the drive to move forward. You decide to just takes here where the river of souls is no longer blocked. To meet up with Cat Girl. Hopefully these glittering, clinking trinkets will, as always, lift your spirit.
Oh,
Because of that, because he was not of that county, they can't even file a police report, because they would then have to admit there was a police illegally enforcing the law on a county that was not where he was not allowed to operate. They're not gonna file that report because they would be throwing him under a bus, and he would lose his badge. Yes, even less authority. As a school security officer cannot pull anyone over. Even if they're from the same county, they do not have the authority to pull anyone over. They can stop a person in the school if they're suspicious or causing trouble, but a car, they do not have the authority to pull anyone over, straight up. They're a school security. Their job is limited to the security of the school, that's it. Outside of it, they're nobodies.
And the River of Souls is so quiet. It's like everything that happened was just a dream. I wonder if Cass is doing
The main
okay
question,
on
are
the
those
other
actually
side.
police officers? If their job is just a
If I
school
write a letter
security.
and put it in a drift bottle, will she be able to read it? No, this shouldn't be so depressing. Now's not the time to feel down. We gotta pull ourselves together. By the way, it was Miss Cipher who asked us to come here. But where has she gone? Huh?
Here.
Yes, and this aura feels so familiar. Let's go check it out together. Be very careful.
Yes, that was someone just trying to abuse authority they didn't even have. They could go into dumb cops trying to be assholes. What's the problem if he did get into trouble for that? Then they just didn't tell you ignore that they kept public just to avoid any more bad press. Look at him waddle at high speed! I love it.
Hey, what's that on the ground? Should we pick it up? Careful, careful. It's a piece of black cloth. Now, where have I seen this before?
Flame Weaver.
What? How could they be here? Mommy!
And suddenly she forgot how to talk.
Look out!
Get ready.
Wait! We both know what this thing can do.
So it looks like we have a choice.
Let's try our best to deal with them for now, and we'll slip into the past with time's power as soon as we can.
The river of souls is full of fish, big and delicious.
Okay, that's weird.
What?
The flame chase journey stops. Meow, meow.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Meow?
Seriously, do I not have the obvious answer here? There's only one person that says meow. Seriously, Trailblazer. Can you not put two and two together? Yeah, most definitely. I would agree with you there, Julian. Showing off your car can be highly dangerous. For a good cop to actually show up and actually stop that, so that person, that's a good cop. And tell you another bad cop moment that I know of. About three bikers that were driving by, they reach a red light. One biker stops, the other two just zoom it at max speed through the red light. Cop was right next to them. Who did the cop stop? The one that stopped at the red light. He lets the one that went through go unpunished. He pulls over that one that did stop and tries to find him with the pretext of, oh, your bike's too loud and it's annoying the people here. It is public disturbance. Even the car that was right behind the biker was telling him, yo, cop, fuck off. You should go after the ones that went past the red light. Those are the ones endangering people. And he just still went and pulled over the guy that stopped at the red light, as the law says. Just put a fine on him. Now there's another bad cop right there.
Sorry, I couldn't pass on the chance to give you two a good scare.
What a terrible person. Let's leave.
Ah, don't run! I'm the real Cypher. The real one.
And don't you forget the Flame Reaver is back.
Come on, don't be upset. I'm just giving you a kind reminder that Emphorius isn't safe at all. The whole place is full of dangers, including that Swordmaster. Make
Yeah,
sure you stay on your
seriously.
toes,
Why did they
no
make him
matter
so
where
dumb?
you are.
I actually don't like that. How they make the main character dumb as a brick. With that meowing, it was obvious who it was. And yet, we don't even get the right option. Heck, I've seen so many dumb options and not a single smart one. We rarely actually get a good one.
Hey, I'm just making it up to you. You're not gonna hold that over me, are you?
Yes.
So, was that a Flame Reaver disguise? Or a magic trick? It looked so real. Is that the power of the trickery demigod?
Disguise? No. It's not as simple as that. Let me think about how to explain this. For example, what did you think when you realized that piece of cloth came from the Flame Reaver's cloak?
We thought that maybe the Flame Reaver was around here somewhere?
That's right. And then you heard some footsteps. What did you think when that happened?
Well, we thought it must be the Flame Reaver coming this way.
Exactly. I just used some hints and,
Oh,
mental suggestions to help you believe in a lie. Lies are what Zagreus is best at. If everyone believes in a lie, then it becomes reality.
Power to make lies into reality? That's got all my hair standing up.
You're just telling us everything like that.
You think I might be lying? No need. The seamstress trusts you for a reason. Someone as honest as you couldn't trick me even if you wanted to. So, there's no harm in telling you.
Well, you should talk to the chef over at the end where he always hangs out. He always makes him that meal. He knows how he likes it. The inn in
Besides,
question
we
being
still
the
need
one
to
on top
team
of a
up
tree.
to go treasure hunting, right? Let's wrap up here. It's time to get going. Oh, was that your teleslate?
Did you rest well? I came during lucid hour and you seemed to sleep, so I didn't wake you up, but in current circumstances I can't stay idle. Feel it's time to continue our training. Let's go to the girl, shall we?
Aren't you a popular one? But I got two first, so help me with the treasures, and then I'll send you two to the grove.
Why do you need so much money anyway? Because you know you're gonna die poor?
Curiosity killed the cat, you know. Do you think I'll spend it all? That's so not why I hunt for treasures.
No, because I probably say you'll be rich, but then when it comes to your time of dying, you'll be a broke, a broke fuck. So.
Don't forget, I'm a demigod too. And there's a line reserved for me in that stupid prophecy as well. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
It's actually good when they when they choose to have fun. They actually make a lot of things better. I mean, it has worked for Jack Black a lot of time, where he just have fun, and it actually ends up working. I think even on the I haven't seen the Minecraft movie, but I did hear that John Momoa and Jack Black both pretty much didn't know what the hell was going on, so they pretty much just, okay, let's just have fun, and it worked. Yeah, I think John Momoa was actually just having fun when it came to the Rise of the Justice League movie. And again, it also worked. I kind of feel like it gives him personality. It gives him the character more personality.
But I don't believe in that. As long as I keep collecting treasures, then I won't need to care about petty change. And as long as I don't hurt other people when I get what I want, I won't be walking with greed. Right? Isn't that simple?
You're still being greedy because you're going after
So,
treasure
as long as I
non-stop.
keep going down this path, all those predestined prophecies and fates will never catch up to me. That was a long speech. I'm getting thirsty at this rate. The treasures of Styxia aren't gonna float up on their own. Come on, Grey Mystery. Show me what the authority of time can do.
Hey there, Jixio, how you doing? I've been spending a lot of credits just leveling up my characters, and with all the grinding. And my stuff. I have no idea how much I have.
So, this is the car of the Astral Express you've spoken of. My repository of memories has been enriched with Another fascinating piece of information. Thank you for leading me here, Lord Donham.
I'm surprised the console elders like yourself will be willing to journey so far to inspect the Express. I mean, he is an emanator as well, so what could you expect?
Ackermans hold wisdom and knowledge in high esteem. If the citizens knew of your origins, I'm sure more would be intrigued by the Trailblaze. Sadly, discussions about the world beyond the sky remain taboo.
For now. Until we take out the Titan
It's
of the
been
Sky, which I think is the
quite
next
some
one.
time since you first arrived in Akama.
And the Titan of Creation is going to be the last
Presumably
one.
You've been looking for a way to leave ever since.
I've been actively gathering clues and testing different things. Sadly, the more I find out, the more powerless I feel.
Don't be too hard on yourself, my lord. This puzzle has stumped Emphorius' scholars for centuries. It isn't something you can solve overnight. Even someone as gifted as yourself.
What are you trying to do here? In the Grove, I discovered extensive research on the Sky Titan. It appears that many scholars from Amphorius believe the taboo against the world beyond the sky seems from a curse cast by Aquila.
Exactly. Of the 12 Titans of Emphorius, Aquila is known for being the most capricious.
Don't blame me for not believing you. Everyone always has a motive for everything they do.
The weather itself reflects their mood. Tranquil sunshine, mournful rain. Aquila's breath is a brisk wind, and their cries resound as thunder in a storm.
Additionally, Aquila is one of the true titans whose core flame have yet to be returned.
The sky above affects every citizen. It's clear that Lady Aglaya's decision to confront Aquila at the end of the Flame Chase journey was a carefully considered strategy.
Oh, so that's actually the last one then. If returning Aquila's core flame can break the sky's curse, we won't have to exhaust ourselves searching for a way back. We can simply focus on aiding the crisis.
Anti-Catherians have no home to return to, so I understand your concern for your old friends and homeland.
He's not too concerned of the Lafu. I mean, he knows those guys can hold their own.
I used anti-Catherian technology, or scanning, as you might call it, to assess this car. Assuming my judgment is correct, I might be able to conduct a thorough overhaul of its power systems.
And we kinda don't have a choice. For is making everyone sad. I think this is the sad universe, but they did tell me in the stream. That's why I avoid story trailers. I just look at the characters like teasers, but none of this story trailers or streams or anything like that, because I got tired of their spoilers. Those guys just don't know when. Okay, this we've shown enough. Now they just keep on showing and keep on spoiling even more. Events, spoil what you want from the events. Main story, come on, no, just shut up and not show too much. Or maybe like a little snippet like to leave us guessing, but don't show the whole thing. When I saw the trailer for the Titan of Death, I saw what the Titan looked like. I knew what gimmick he was gonna have. Just kinda able to think ahead, but seriously, that was a big spoiler. We now know what the Titan looks like. We know what we're up against. Where's the surprise? There isn't any. That's why I stopped looking at their trailers altogether. really? But
Of course. That's only if you, my lord, permit me to interact with it.
yeah, it is a sad story because there's just a lot of death here. Several characters have already died. Hey, we lost Trian, we lost Casters, and Axe is also dead. We know Mightymus will eventually fall to insanity and will have to die as well. Find out if he's gonna actually become the demigod of creation, then that means that eventually he will become the world bearer himself and be stuck in that one place until he dies. Vampires? The term is foreign to this place. We're talking about some being to feast on the life of others. I believe some abyssal mages do that.
You honor me with your trust. I will be very careful.
You suppose this is our world and not Amphorius. And maybe Amphorius means sad world. Let's carefully scan the damage. System. This is unbelievable. You seem to understand the structure perfectly. Have you repaired something like this before?
Not exactly, but we Antikytherians are inherently sensitive to machinery. Carefully endowed our kind with a unique advantage for analyzing and learning.
I mean, you are a machine yourself, after all.
If you give me some time, I might be able to fully restore this damaged car to its former glory. Then you and your esteemed companion could set off on your return journey sooner.
But isn't the real issue with Aquila?
Hypothetically, Lord Donhan, if I could open up a path out of Amphorius that circumvents Aquila's divine punishment, would you consider ceasing your support for the Flame Chase journey?
Now he knows what he's after. I don't understand. Does the Council of Elder possess some secret means of counteracting divine punishment?
It's best if you don't delve too deeply into that question, my lord. All you need to know is, I can make it happen.
Well, now he's just gonna question it, actually. He's even gonna question your intentions. This is not a decision by the Council of Elders, but rather his personal wish. I'm gonna do more of the story, so it will not be that much. No worries there, Julian.
The crucial point is, if you and your companion are unwilling to halt your support for the Chrysos heirs, it could offend certain interests.
Maybe less, depends on your playstyle and your characters. I don't know what the point of that is, but knock yourself out. Forgive me, Lord. Excuse me. Let me drink some water. Well, you're gonna have to do a lot of grinding to get that many credits in a short amount of time. Forgive me, Lord Ligus, but I must be frank. When visiting Downcloud, I reviewed the records of many council elders. Among them, only your background was nearly blank. I'd like to accept your goodwill, but given such a mysterious background and motives, anyone cautious would have doubts.
Your prudence impresses me, just as expected.
Not good. I knew he was up to no good. These people... Is this a trap? Is that why you accompany me here?
Please don't misunderstand, Lord Donhong. As the Theoros, I have no allegiance to their plans, nor am I obliged to obstruct them. I am neutral. Out of respect for you, I hope to offer a peaceful solution to ensure the safety of you and your companion.
Just go dragon mode. 1 against 4 then. Just to confirm, if things turn ugly later, will you help?
I will not. As I said, I remain neutral. Are you asking this because you plan to refuse my offer and continue supporting the Chrysos heirs?
You weren't wrong about one thing, Lord Legacy. Indeed, we must try to return to our companions. But our companions now also include the flame-chasing Chrysos heirs. The Nameless cannot and will not ignore the fate of our companions.
So I see. This is what you call trailblazing.
When I asked if you'd help, I meant the ones who need help are them. Yeah, because they're about to see the real form he has. After all, you haven't seen his real form yet.
You have such overwhelming powers.
So different from some
Why?
abyssal creatures.
Answer me! Why do you stand in our way? Why do you want to take the core flames?
Oh no! He can't hold on anymore! Drag him back here, friend! Are you okay?
Wait, did we already finish looting? Did we get our share?
I'm okay. I can handle that kind of hit now. But a few months ago, that would have knocked me out.
I don't wonder, when are they gonna make him available? I know they already announced that he's gonna be added as a playable character, but when? The next major update? Always keeping me on the edge. If I had passed out, that would have been it.
Thanks for worrying, buddy. Thanks for the help. To face Aquila and other potential threats, I must sharpen myself with the most aggressive methods.
Let me push you back up, Penny. You're falling off, and my legs are being grabbed.
Even so, it's impressive you thought of this training method. Battling the phantoms of the past in the River of Time? It's just like the hyperbolic time sanctum that the bards describe.
It's working pretty well, wouldn't you say?
They're just lesser beings compared to the creatures I have to face off.
But combat isn't just about strength and skill. You also need the right weapon. Compared to that guy's weapon, mine feels like I'm swinging a lump of iron. I can't tell you how many swords I've gone through since the training began.
Damn! We're not cartoonist to help.
Don't worry. I've already arranged that. Of course I need him.
Why am I not surprised?
I asked him to make a suitable divine weapon for me. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but in order to help me, he deliberately turned down all other business.
Oh,
I mean, he understands the threat in question. He knows what will happen if Flame Reaver makes it here, which he will eventually.
Thinking about how he's been recently, maybe you're right.
But, Finon, I've been somewhat concerned about you. Lately, you seem more and more fixated on that Swordmaster in black.
That's quite the sudden shift in topic.
Word of advice, do not help the Princess of the Monsters here. She's fixated on destroying it all, even if she said she has good intentions. The Abyss Order cannot win.
I've been holding this question in for a long time. You're getting stronger, but seeds of unrest are also growing in me.
Don't worry. I'm not wielding my sword for revenge. He's been through Nikador's trial and understands. Those who can't walk out of the shadows of their past are ultimately weak. Times have changed. The responsibility I bear is both precious and fragile. I wield my sword for the future of Amphorius. I will not let hatred cloud my judgment again and neglect my duties.
Here by your side.
You're right, partner. As of now, I'm not able to handle that Swordmaster on my own. I still need the help of my friends.
Once I get on my Twitch.
Every time I say something, things get so serious. I don't want to be the person who keeps bringing the mood down. I'm out of energy for training today. How about we go to the library of Philia to lighten the mood?
Sure, that's what I've been looking forward to. We deserve to enjoy ourselves after all the hard work. Today, I'm definitely going to...
To what? Why not take some interesting ones home?
Oh, great idea! However, that would mean no more reasons to visit the Grove.
That's the charm of this place. You can find whatever you're into here. The three of us might not be into scholarly books, but we could still spend an entire day at the library of Philia.
Of course, my little camera being all cute. Oh, we're here. This is where we fought that night. Okay, time to make it speed run. Faster, little buddy, faster, faster! You gotta lose some weight! I find it just so funny when heroes fail. It's saying down below. Oh, I have to go down. That's where I need to go. Hopefully something's gonna happen once I actually make it all the way out. Solitude has its charm. Surprised how many enemies are there. I am gonna do something though. Kidding how many there are there. There's nowhere you can run. You came after me, you suffer the consequence. Is there more of the path? Oh, it's as far as I can take it. And I got all the resources while I was at it, which is why I did that. Channel has already left by then. Is this one active? Yes, it is an active one.
Here we are! Where was that slate last time? Was it here? Or maybe over here? I'm off to have some fun! It's free time now, so you should relax too.
Bye, little buddy! Wait, you're running on thin air. I didn't even know you could do that. A little bit. I mean, I did have to deal with very ugly giant spiders on Neo. So it won't surprise me they eventually add some giant spiders in this game. It's an RPG classic and pretty much a standard to have a giant spider at some point. For the past few months, you've come here more than once. Fishing out that small piece of essence from the ocean of knowledge that best suits your taste. You're quite relieved that Don Honkai isn't around. No one will be there to judge your reading taste. And what are we reading, might I ask? Scroll that hand shows a line of small text. Non-standard reading material. Please return to its original place after borrowing. Do not let the professor discover it. 10x exclamation marks. Seems that the scholar of the group amidst their profound academic discussions haven't forgotten their little hobbies. So which reading material will you pursue? Forbidden Love, The Tree and the Butterfly. My professor can't possibly be this shy. One Punch God Aquila. I know this is just a nod to One Punch Man. There's a lot of slice of life animes, pretty much. More than half of them. This one I'm not entirely sure, since I'm not that into romance. Next clipping, to give you a little bit of context into Gnosis, they the one killing the Gnosis is Senora after a bet done with Sean Lee, which neither Child nor Traveler nor anyone knew about it. When Child went to get the Gnosis from the remains of the dead dragon, because he also doesn't know, never knows, that Sean Lee is the Geo Archon, finds that the Gnosis is not there and ends up in a fight with a Traveler, which the Traveler ends up wiping the floor with him, even at his full power. And which then Child proceeds to summon a dragon that was sealed away to destroy Liyue Harbor, but the Adepti and the local government had devised a plan to counter it and seal it back again once more. And which then, after that, the Adepti stepped back and let Liyue Harbor rule itself, and Sean Lee hands over the Gnosis to Senora as part of the deal. Again, that he is the god of contracts. He will respect his contract. And nobody can do anything about it. Not Traveler, not Child, nobody. A contract is a contract, and it must be respected, as accorded by the god of contracts himself. And yes, according to their ways, the violation of any contract will suffer the punishment of the stone. In other words, Sean Lee would try and kill your character if he tries to violate the contract. Yeah, but they don't have the Gnosis, nor do they know where the Gnosis is. Child thinks it's on the corpse of the dragon. And he pretty much has to lose to a Traveler because he doesn't recover for a long time from the wounds caused by the Traveler to Child. Because a Traveler then notices he's recovering his strength at that point, because he can use both Anemo and Geo at the same time in the cutscene. Now let's go for this one. It talks about Aquila. I just don't want to read it. Invigorating literature, your favorite. I mean, One Punch Man is fun. I did watch the first season. I haven't seen the second season yet. I have to. At some point, I have to make time and see the second season of One Punch Man. This article leaves you feeling empowered as if you are the author of One Punch God incarnate. Sky Titan Aquila. That's nothing. Okay, let's have him read this one, of which I'm actually not gonna read it. It is just too long. But yeah, Don Hunt will probably question it. That's it, nothing else. He's disappointed. I mean, you are underestimating the Fatui Harbingers as well, given that they are the elite whose power comes from the Cryo Archon, who's technically the god of ice. I don't know what they exactly represent, because they actually didn't tell us what the Sarita represents yet. They only tell us that when we actually visit the place. We didn't know that the Pyro Archon was the god of war, pretty much, until we actually until it was actually added. All that we know is that Fatui gained their power from a blessing given to them by their Archon. The love story abruptly ends, and at its worst moment, Whether the author lost the motivation to continue or some urgent situation occurred remains unknown. Is that referencing to another like similar anime slash manga that also had an abrupt end that was a bit unsatisfying and open-ended? If it were the latter, the Flame Reaver is responsible. How about this one? This one, with the title alone, kind of reminds me of My Disrespectful Senpai. After finishing this mind-shaking piece, only one image remains in your mind. The Express, Welt, phone. What do you mean phone? For oh, he did not say March, so he doesn't care about March either. Good. For a young stellar host, this type of literature remains far too ahead of its time.
I wonder what Finan and Mem are reading.
Finan's probably looking into training our materials to make a better sword.
Let's take a closer look.
Ma'am, that's a good question. What does Mem read? I think romance and drama. Well, let's go for Mem first. How can I like peek over her shoulder?
Month of cultivation, curtain fall hour, a time to feast on grains, but poor time for fishing.
Agriculture? Seriously?
Oh, but then again, are there even any spots left to fish in Emporius these days?
Maybe, now that the river salt has gone away. Superstitions of precision taught by agent. Are you into fishing?
You scared me!
That was so cute, that sound she made.
Bursting into someone's world like that can really catch them off guard. Well, no more jokes. There's nothing here. I'll go look elsewhere.
No, you're just too embarrassed.
Something's odd about Mem. What are they flipping through?
Yeah, seriously. I need to check. I must know more. What are you going through, ma'am?
Oh,
you're not looking for
cards
off-brand,
so
are you?
Detailed and fine. Ruler, weaver, traveler, healer.
Yeah, excuse me, traveler. Are you referring to Genshin there or something? I hope so. There's just so much brain rot in the internet. And if there's a lot of brain rot in the internet now, and given this is supposed to like futuristic, can you imagine the amount of brain rot in the future? Oh please, I don't want to imagine it. Oh, it will be hell. As far as I know, no dragon takes place, given that the dragon is supposedly a corpse. Literally.
But the interpretation for each card is so long.
Although child can summon a giant whale to do a large AoE attack that does a lot of damage. Literally, he can summon a giant whale that covers the entire stage. It.
What a coincidence! We meet again. Guess we're fated to be together, huh?
So was speaking, yes.
But you must be busy, so I won't bother you for now. Hope your day, every day, is joyful.
What are you hiding? You're being very sus, ma'am. I really think
So
you're actually looking for
suspicious.
off-brand.
Not like their usual self.
Look at finance since he's in the way.
Well, I thought I felt a draft just now. Peeking isn't polite, my friend.
Just here's what you're reading.
You could have just asked. There's nothing embarrassing about it.
I'm afraid not, unless you want funeral clothing. I mean, he's the one in charge of the funeral parlor. Although indirectly. He always leave the all work for Hu Tao. And Paimon would probably don't count on him buying you one. He always forgets his wallet.
Here, look, I'm reading this. Antiques Appraisal. How to make a fortune.
And now you're into this. It's time to find a different side gig.
No way, I've invested almost all my savings into this hobby. I've spent a lot of time pondering how Aglaya became such an effective leader. Beyond the intangible qualities like personality and ethics, a major reason is her family wealth. That's the perk of growing up in a big city, isn't it? For those of us in the sticks, luck doesn't come as easily. It's 30% grind, 70% fate.
I'd say it's the other way around. It's mostly grind.
Talk too much. As a leader, you need both integrity and integrity and skill.
I mean, wealth as well, unfortunately, because the leader needs to spend a lot of money to get things done.
You sure are persistent. All right. I'm totally helpless against your charm.
What are you guys chatting about? Is this the Amphorius Divination Compendium?
Why are you here too?
He's curious as well.
Sorry, seeing you two chasing each other around, I suddenly found my book not that appealing anymore. Never thought Mem would be into divination. But it's not exactly a niche hobby. So why all the secrecy?
I wanted to set up a surprise. Master it in secret and give you all a shock.
I mean, we can take you to someone who's already an expert to teach you a thing or two. Back at the La Fu.
But getting caught halfway through, it's only natural I'd feel shy. A girl's heart is more delicate than Aquila's ever-changing moods.
How do you know that?
A surprise, huh? Someone else used to tell me the same. She was really good at stargazing and divination, especially with cards. Yeah, just like the ones you're looking at.
And you must be pretty familiar with all sorts of divination techniques with a friend like that.
No, I know nothing about it. I've never really believed in using cards or bones to predict the future. If the good omens foretold by divination were true, my hometown, Heidi's Elysia, wouldn't have disappeared.
Just like the mother, although not as muscular. I believe the mother had more muscle at this age than you did. You may need to work out more if you want to catch up to her.
don't forget, we've got Lady Trina. Every other form of divination is just smoke and mirrors or cleverly rehearsed tricks compared to her flawless prophecies.
I mean, you know Fushua, he's probably the best diviner out there.
To me, divination could be a power that guides our spirits.
That's because she understands people's limits better than anyone. You'd be wise to listen to her more often. Always. It's much wiser than fate.
Fate always casts a shadow in front of us, clouding our view of the future. That's why people turn to divination. It's just to find a small reason to give them courage to face the unknown. After all, the first chapter of the Divination Compendium discusses the significance of divination. I'm just expanding on that a bit.
We don't mention anything about Fushua, who's probably the best diviner you could probably take her to learn.
Strange. That person I knew used to say similar things. Looking back, whenever she interpreted a card for me, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even though I never believed in the outcomes. Maybe it was her tone.
There's no point in being
Irene.
wearing a mask is pretty much
She could paint a complete fantasy so vividly. It utterly captivated me as a child.
People embracing it.
Right. I still carry a card she once used. Do you want to see it?
Oh, wow!
It looks like
so
that.
exquisite! I'd love to have a card like that.
Mem specific deck.
Oh, now that you mention it, yes. It would be even better if it were made of, say, crystal.
Speaking of which, partner, there's something I haven't shared with you all. Remember our first trip to the Temple of the Three Fates? The riddle that Orynyx posed to us?
Maybe he needs to spend more time with his mother and build up some courage. Oh? Who goes there?
Who's there?
Of course, troublemaker.
You are...
Nice peeled, everyone.
These folks are up to no good.
Black clothing. Masks decorated with golden blood. Are they cleaners?
To directly call us by our name, it seems you, Lord Finan, have studied the forgotten history of Amphorius quite thoroughly.
Who are they?
Your friend seems quite interested in us. Perhaps you could explain, Lord Finan. It would be the polite thing. We can't let our esteemed guests pass away without understanding.
During the Chrysos War, to combat the Chrysos heirs, several cities formed an underground assassin squad called the Cleaners. Their task was to erase anyone with golden blood from existence. Assassination, poisoning, political persecution. They would do anything to achieve their objective.
Well, this historical perspective seems biased, glossing over the Chrysos heirs' abuse of divine powers and their blatant initiation of war in order to defame our predecessors. Could you disclose the name of the author behind this popular legend, Lord Finan? I'd hate for the innocent children of Akama to be tainted by such slanted narratives.
You should have stayed buried in the dust of history. The Citizens' Assembly has once again legitimized the mission of the Chrysos heirs. But as for you, not one citizen would cast their vote for you. Executioners lurking in the shadows.
What does it matter? We've long since stopped expecting to be understood. People have become too accustomed to peace, and they've forgotten the disasters that arose from allowing generations of the Chrysos heirs to rule.
Complete nonsense. Did you really travel all the way to the Grove just to have an argument?
I enjoy dealing with people as straightforward as you, Lord Finan. You've probably figured out why we've come before you.
A handful of you might be staying here. Hey, you're fine. Please, you're fighting. Fight you want, let's kill. That's it. Enough chit chat.
Keep your cool, partner. They've come out of the shadows, which suggests they have something up their sleeves. All right. Let's hear it. What are you hiding? But watch your language and don't say anything you might regret. My shoulders might be sore and my sword a tad dull, but it's still enough to slice off your tongues.
How's it going, Cinny? This place fits, doesn't it? It's a bit small, but the lighting is perfect.
Thank you, Lady Treeby. With this, the Twilight Courtyard can be reborn in Akama. Do you like it here too, little Ika?
Oh, that was Ika. Ika. And that's some weird noise for a horse thing. I expected something different.
It's so bright here. Maybe you should rename it? How about Luminous Courtyard?
Lady Treeby makes a good point. But Twilight Courtyard carries the long history of the descendants of the sky, and I'd like it to continue.
To overcome your shyness, you must face it.
Right. How does the legend go again?
Even Lady Treeby forgets things.
We just haven't prepared lessons in a while now, so we're a bit rusty. Just give us some time and we'll remember. Ah, now we remember. Kremnos and the Firmament, Volume 3, Section 5. With Seliosi, the Day Thunder Knight, striking down the Eye of Twilight, the divine war between Nikador and Aquila, which spanned centuries, came to an end. Thereafter, the Skyfolk gradually declined. Numerous sky fortresses were abandoned, and their descendants began to establish themselves on the land. Finally, those descended from Seliosi the Day Thunder Knight were welcomed by the scholars under Circes and established the Twilight Courtyard in the Grove. The historical records seem slightly at odds with our memories, but the details from that time have become somewhat hazy to us.
But if they're kept sky fortresses, then that means Aquilus inside one of those. Shouldn't we try and find them?
For Lady Treeby, history is more than just words on a page. It's something you've personally lived through.
I mean, we could, if we repair the card, then we can actually fly up there.
Little Ika loves listening to the stories from the legends. I'm sure you're also imagining one day you'll be as awe-inspiring as the winged beasts by Seliosi's side.
that's for you to find out. I'm off to get some tea and hear a storyteller.
That day will come. I believe it.
All my
Just
interrupts
keep
are available.
growing.
Let me grab them real quick.
Lord Crediros?
Miss Hyacinth. And Lady Treby. Good to see you're doing all right. I heard from the citizens you were nearby and came to check.
There we go.
Doing alright. What's going on, Crediros?
There's been another violent incident at the market. A shop was smashed and looted. It's the third time this week.
How can this be? I always thought that with Lady Aglaya here, Akama would remain peaceful.
Yeah, more like they had to be smuggled to Inazuma because the borders were closed by a massive thunder, and Beidou was the only person who had kept them there. And then they needed help from someone within that harbor city, which again was also closed because nobody could go out from there without a permit. But thanks to the help of someone, a local, they were actually able to sneak past the blockade and into the city. From which they were discovering the problem with Vision Hunt Decree, which take away people's visions, leaving them without any ambition, and pretty much actually affecting who they actually are. Their memories, their own identity, which then led Traveler to say, okay, no, I gotta stand up against the Vision Hunt Decree and go up against the Thunder Archon, the Electro Archon, the Archon of Eternity. So yes, they pretty much have to go up against Raiden Shogun. In this case, the Raiden Shogun is the villain. Up until the end, when we confront A and actually get her to understand where she was wrong after kicking her ass. But a lot happens between them because there is that civil war between those who support the Vision Hunt and the ones against the Vision Hunt. In which then they discover that plot with the Fatui using some false medicines that supposedly makes them stronger but also makes them age incredibly fast.
That was true in the past, but these days, forgive my bluntness, her senses may not be as sharp as they once were.
Yeah, they discovered on the story now being another Fatui Harbinger, Scaramouche, who led the traveler into a trap, which got knocked out, and what's her name? That maiden from the shrine. A's supposed best friend. What's this kitsune's name? The one I want you to see its real form but never shows it because she's pretty much the smallest kitsune in history. I keep on forgetting her name.
Aggie.
In my opinion, malevolent forces have noticed the slack in the Golden Threads and are now plotting to exploit the opportunity.
The Citizens' Assembly just wrapped up. Why is there still unrest?
The Chrysos heirs won by only one vote, Lady Treby. From my years of experience, a narrow victory often walks hand in hand with unrest.
Trouble! Miss Hyacinth! Trouble!
Also, Gnosis is not known where it is up until the end, where that very Starry Maiden tells them, "Oh, we give it to Scaramouche in exchange of your life." But they were Traveler and Paimon were both out cold during that, so they had no idea that had happened. It was too late.
Take a breath.
I'm giving you like a
going on?
very brief summary.
Please, something terrible has happened at Marmorial Palace.
What is it, Doctor? Calm yourself and talk us through.
Lady Aglaya. It's It's Lady Aglaya who's in trouble.
I still remember. This bath that overlooks the entire palace was built by the Council of Elders 900 years ago. Its purpose was to commemorate the first flame chase journey, and to remember the heroes who made great sacrifices for Amphorius a millennium ago. Rules were set then. No one was allowed to enter, apart from guests invited by the Goldweaver. But, I guess, you're no longer pretending to follow the rules, are you, Lady Kindness?
So kindness is actually one of them.
Aglaya, Aglaya. You ageless witch, hiding behind a divine facade to deceive mortals. We've been far too kind with you.
Kind? There's no need to use such a word to cover up your incompetence. Anaxagoras humiliated all of you before the citizens. If you still had any shred of shame, you'd throw yourselves from dawn cloud at the curtainfall hour to salvage the last fragments of your dignity.
Demigod, why not gaze into the water's reflection and see the wretched face you wear now? These days you're not only blind, but also deaf. The cleaners were born for this moment. When all orders, rules, and laws fail to restrain you, it's time for the dagger to pass judgment.
If you're in such a hurry, give it a try.
Yeah, they forget when they fought the Chrysoceros, they were not demigods. These are demigods.
Going toe to toe with a demigod? We're not that foolish. The dagger isn't at your throat, but...
Your gravest accusation is that my humanity is fading. And you claim my concern for mortal joys and sorrows is nothing but a facade. If that accusation holds, what makes you think the lives of these civilians will sway me in the slightest?
Fine. I'll gladly use a few more words to shatter that demigod facade of yours. Like I said, you're not only blind, but deaf too. Lately, your control over Akuma has weakened. You failed to notice the thefts we arranged in the market, nor did you catch wind of the meetings happening in the Tromus workshop. Plots are unfolding right under your nose, yet you remain indifferent. Humanity? Fading? Aglaya, why not use your precious golden thread to peer into my thoughts? See if the gift we've so meticulously prepared for you can move that cold demigod heart of yours.
In this moment, I only regret not being more ruthless. Because your evil is beyond cure.
You finally figured it out. You have grown dull. I've been holding that image in my mind this whole time to make sure you could see it clearly.
I want you to have this knucklebone talisman, Big Sis. I hope it brings you luck every day and keeps you safe from bullies.
That girl who can't speak or hear. What if she accidentally lost her eyes too? You know better than anyone what it feels like to lose your sight. Imagine if 1,000 years ago you, already blind, had also lost your voice and hearing in your youth. Would you still have become the Aglaya you are today? Look at those broken, pleading eyes. How disappointing. We overestimated your cunning. If this plan fails, we still have dozens of splendid parting gifts prepared. Demigod, would you like to hear about them?
I thought I could buy some more time.
Time for what?
In these 1,000 years, I've witnessed the fall of 10 titans. From my naive arrogance at the beginning to slowly learning how to guide others. Now, it's time to let go. I should be grateful. Grateful that I've reached this moment. To let my departure become a path for others to follow. Have I done enough? If I embrace that prophecy now, and sink into the warmth of these waters, will the wandering wind stop to mourn me? Cyphra?
Cyphra?
Seamstress! I've come as promised. Look at this box full of gold and silver treasures! I bet there's stuff here you've never seen. Come on! As we agreed, I want to buy the most valuable clothes you have.
Little thief! You've got some nerve, barging into my shop dressed in those tattered rags. What have you brought? Let me see.
Here, take a look. Only the finest goods. See the sapphire? It's even more blue than Fagusa's eyes.
Such exquisite luster. I've only seen an ocean's tear of this quality in my mother's treasury.
Wait. You've seen one before. And here I thought I'd leave you speechless. What a letdown.
It's just an old memory. My family estate all burned to ashes long ago. This workshop is what I built from scratch.
Wow, a daughter rebuilding her family business. How admirable. Enough with the jokes. At least you did get to enjoy those luxuries.
If I remember, Kushasara at that moment was extremely loyal to the Shogun. Probably an enemy of the Traveler for the most part, but not without a heart. Strange for Kitsune to be wandering around showing off. That's not normal. Ask that priestess at the Sakura Shrine what she knows. After I know more about Kitsune,
Mind your manners, Kitty. Tell me, Cyphra, where did you come from? And how did you acquire these treasures?
Technically, they don't know what droids are. That technology doesn't technically exist there. The closest thing to it would be the Arumatrons from Fontaine.
I won them fair and square in a bet. What? Do you doubt me?
now could have shown that she was still a thief as a kitten.
Speak up, seamstress. Give me a straight answer. Do you want these or not?
Strange. You're clearly lying to my face. But my golden thread doesn't tremble at all.
That's because I'm not lying. I've been telling the truth from the start.
Is that so? The scars and the mud stains on your face tell another story.
Come on. Can't we just do business without all this chatter? Don't worry. I didn't leave any evidence, so no one will bother you.
How can I trust a word you say when you're so skilled at lying?
Dealing with you rich people is such a pain. Always wasting my time. Fine, if you don't want it. There are plenty of others who do.
Hold on. Your treasure? I'll accept it. But these alone aren't enough to purchase the Gold Weaver's finest clothes. That said, I do have something that would suit you perfectly.
Oh. What do you have in mind?
Look. Come a bit closer.
Oh, it's shimmering gold. Absolutely stunning.
Isn't that the
These
shoes he's
golden
currently
boots
using?
are the Gold Weaver's greatest treasures. Though not as valuable as the most precious gowns, they hold a magical power. Legend has it that Zagreus blessed these boots, allowing anyone who wears them to move swiftly and silently. Put them on, Cyphra. And don't get caught again. A face as lovely as yours deserves better protection.
She was cute.
You rich folks just love sticking your noses in everything, don't you? Well, I'm taking these now, so don't get any second thoughts.
What's wrong?
Do you have a smaller size? These are way too big for me.
Well, I suppose you'll have to grow into them.
Yeah, it's the exact same shoes that she's wearing now.
Do you have to interrupt me in the middle of my story? Fake? What's fake?
Those boots definitely don't hold Zagreus' divine power. You're Amphorius' most cunning liar, and even you were fooled by a Glyad.
Watch your mouth, or I'll feed you to the fish in the River of Souls. Weren't you curious how I got tangled up with that seamstress? Well, now you know. Satisfied?
I didn't expect such a simple story. How disappointing. But, boss lady, there's a chance Aglaya wasn't trying to trick you?
You're defending her.
No. I just think the story's so moving, it'd be a shame to ruin it with a lie. If I could cry, I'd be in tears right now.
Good thing you've still got a sharp tongue, or you'd have been stuck guarding someone's front door ages ago. Enough chit-chat. Let's take a look at this place. The city of Styxia. Look how beautiful she is!
No, she wouldn't. She would actually just lockpick the door open. Or use her super speed to break right through it.
Let me take a good sniff of this air.
Well, that looks like she can pretty much step to something equivalent to the Speed Force and teleport somewhere, so she could probably do that as well. So you probably fail to maintain her.
This air, it's filled with the scent of treasure everywhere.
Yeah, Sparkle's not fast enough to keep up with her.
Just wonderful.
And she's a demigod of lies and deceit. So she wouldn't be, even Sparkle would not be able to fool her. Maybe Sparkle will be fooled by her instead.
Thanks to Castorus and Grey Mystery, the ancient city's barrier was finally dispelled. Now that I think about it, helping them was well worth it. Time for treasure hunting, Barto! Lead the way, and whatever we find, we'll split 80-20.
Well, I have a suggestion. How about 70-30 instead?
Listen closely. Do you hear that? The gnawfish in the River of Souls are growling with hunger.
80-20 it is! How generous you are, Boss Lady Cypher!
Technically speaking, no, she can simply shapeshift. But then again, this is a cat we're talking about. She can sniffer.
Anyway, what's with all this water? It's damp, cold, and miserable here. I hate it.
Ooh, the mighty demigod of trickery! Uneasy around water?
She is a cat.
You wouldn't understand. The people of Dolos are talented in many ways. Just, not in swimming. Why don't we have a race? Long distance, sprint, or laps? Take your pick.
What's got you so worked up? Relax, relax. Who would have thought the fearless Lady Cypher was afraid of water?
Cats hate getting wet. What's so hard to understand about that? Now, hurry up and figure out a way across, or I might have to reconsider our split.
Don't rush me! Let me take a look around! Got it! Let's use that thing! Come on! Follow me, boss lady!
Not a good imitation. I'll play along. Let's see where this goes, Bartolos.
Tell me! How did you hunt for treasure when I wasn't around, boss lady?
Trying to trick me into saying something. Not a chance.
You're as sharp as ever.
I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. back. And to give you a context, Riding Shogun doesn't show up until they try to take Thomas fishing. That was the first and only appearance up until the final boss against her. Like, the show is the least visible during the whole time. Her Kitsune friends are one most visible that tries to help the traveler. Oh, and you said that we can actually use her, right? But what kind of character is Cypher, though? Is she like a support or a DPS? Also, if I remember correctly, it was a traveler using the Electro to save Toma. And facing off against the Shogun in the plane of Euthymia, where he gets his ass kicked. But nobody can go in there, only Traveler. Not even Paimon goes in, I believe. Only once the Rain Shogun drags in ends up in the plane of Euthymia. Guards, keep this one busy. There she is. Why are you level 68? And why can I not see like her abilities? Penny! Okay, you wanna go? Go. Make up your mind. No licking the hand and no licking my nose. He's a support for follow-up characters. And Acheron, but she can work with any team. A support for follow-up characters, huh? That means Herda.
So, Princess Homebody, can I have a look at your big scythe?
That was unexpected and really nice. Let's see. Who else could I take? Fei Xiao? Or Himiko? Or Dr. Ratio. Wait, she's... What element is she? Cypher, is she... Nihility? If yours was Acheron, she would have to be Nihility to work with, well with Acheron. Like, after that, they actually had to retreat. Even Traveler retreated with Toma. And from there, they went to the Rebels. Should I heal her then? Yes. I'll put Acheron in. I'll keep Herda because I do feel that Herda is still my best DPS right now. And I'm gonna keep Gallagher on. Look. My goodness. Now that I get a good look at her. My god, she has plenty of plot. What about her cake? Yeah, she's got cake as well. She got plot and cake. I thought she would stretch more like a cat. Well, then he would end up getting arrested.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Was this device designed by priests of Ornyx? Do you think you can handle it?
Don't Mission accomplished. Now you don't have to worry about your tail getting wet.
Not bad, but just a warning. If this thing fails while we're halfway through the water...
Don't worry, trust me. For that sweet 20% cut of the loot, I'll make sure you're taken care of.
I don't trust that thing. Does it mean the water look deeper
This
than
feels
before?
truly magical. When did you pick up this trick?
Yeah, bullshit. Okay, there's no way from here. I had to go this way if I remember correctly.
We're here. Can we turn off this spotlight now? It's really blinding.
No problem. Just use the device over there to shut it off.
Seriously. Are they like running out of ideas?
The scent of gold coins, gems, and
Another
fine
reskin.
leather. It's so refreshing. The treasures in this ancient city are all floating back up thanks to Gray Mystery and that pink squirrel.
Stop wasting time and arrest this rebel already. Where are you now, proud warriors of the shogunate?
Yes, right here.
Which they are, like all the warriors of the shogunate are proud warriors.
What are you waiting for?
Except for the ones that
digging.
lost their vision and pretty much have no more motivation. Which aren't there, only the proud ones remain. Those lost their vision just end up following the orders blindly.
Wow! That's a huge chest. Move over. I want to open it myself.
Seriously?
Wow, wow. A massive haul. Unbelievable. It's hard to imagine the kind of luxurious life the people of Styxia once led. As expected for a realm of Fagusa's disciples, this entire chest is filled with ornaments made from ocean's tears. Here, take this.
And don't take
See if it suits you.
lightly. After she can technically summon her own soul from the plane of youth, I am as a giant with a giant spear, which was barely deflected by another vision bearer, which is far more experienced with a sword than your character is at this point.
Thanks for the gift, boss. Much appreciated. Look at the clarity of this purple crystal. It matches my skin tone perfectly. Oh, safer, safer. You truly have the most refined taste of all thieves and glorious. Let me try this on. Huh? Where is my treasure?
How long have we known each other? I can't believe you still fall for this.
Either you deal with it or I will. Don't waste my time. That's an order.
How could I have forgotten about this? I'll believe it as true, and the lie becomes reality. What a convenient ability.
The demigod of trickery's divine gift. Far more practical than any golden thread or teleporter.
However, her most loyal general is there, and she is a vision bearer, so don't underestimate her either.
Alright, enough fooling around. Here's the real
And every one of her
thing.
dodges can cause lightning to fall where she
Lead the
was
way.
standing.
Cipher rules! I've already pinpointed the next trove of treasure! Starting navigation.
Because Zara is no joke, and she's extremely loyal. I mean, are you sure they're friends?
Boss lady, we're set to make a fortune this time! Got any plans on how to spend it?
Of course. Spend nothing. Have you forgotten my silly prophecy?
I remember! Whoa! Isn't that like...
Uh-huh.
What?
Once activated, this thing makes a racket that can be heard for miles. It's just too stupid.
Seriously, what was the Titan thinking when they came up with this thing? Hey! If you don't want the trickery to be exposed, you'd better start by keeping your mouth shut. What do you say?
Boss lady, you're absolutely right. I'll be careful with my words.
I'm supposed to use it.
Here we go round the river of souls. Spirit thief goes, spirit thief goes.
Ah, what are you even singing? You're totally out of tune. There's a big guy guarding this place.
Yeah, big and dumb. Just a pure lump of stupidity.
Good thing you're nowhere near as strong as the Merlin's Claw. You're no more than a pup. Let me show you, well, how weak and pathetic you are. Of course, in a plane of Euthymia,
Look at its face.
she's the
Oh
rule.
my,
she's
how could
ruler
something
there.
be so ugly?
His ability would be nothing in the plane of Euthymia. Her realm, her rules. The only reason Traveler ended up winning his rematch is because he got help from other vision bearers.
Yeah, so ugly. Ugly enough to make even me.
Alone, there's no way to beat it.
Digestive system feel nauseous.
If that ugly brute messes up my face, even the stoic Talantin might end up shedding a tear.
Indeed, that would be heartbreaking. Clearly, running away is the sensible choice.
So, how about you take the front? I'll attack from the side.
Right. Fleeing fits a rogue nature. Huh?
Not happening.
It smells of money.
Oh, that pose! Oh my! Can we get a view from behind? Maybe slightly angled from below? Get a good view at that. Oh, that's like enemy.
You can't run.
Not bad.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Another journey begins. I'm still waters of oblivion.
First need to make sure of them. That's actually do it with the traveler.
Amateur.
Time to mix things up.
How appropriate.
Found me.
How familiar. Destined for oblivion.
Time to twirl.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Time to twirl.
I'll take it off.
Step up, let's see ya.
You can't run.
Nice like a good brew, my
Hey,
friend.
okay, so that healing.
Indulge yourselves!
Free will, or was it fate?
Our cute playset with enough believers. Lives become reality. Gotcha.
That wasn't bad.
Such an ugly and useless creature, taken down with just a couple of hits. How boring.
The show is not the type to waste time with words.
Hey, Bartolos, are you still alive? Give us a squeak if you want.
You have a giant, very powerful thunder crashing down on him at full force. He'll be lucky if he survives.
Look at you, all shaken up. Can't handle even this bit of action. Should be safe here now. Get to work.
Aye, aye, boss lady Cypher.
It doesn't smell like anything valuable this time. Since we've already dug it up, let's open it and see. Huh. Is this?
It's like a ledger or some site. I'm so sorry.
Ooh, this looks tragic. Do you think they made it to Akuma?
Probably not. I've never seen or heard of anyone from Styxia and Akuma.
Zhou Cho, you mean?
At least, I'm still left for Dolos. Guess this city wasn't so lucky. Huh.
He's the only fox dude I
It
can
does
think
seem
of.
unfair, doesn't it? Just because they were
Mosa
born
is
in the
not
wrong
a fox,
place,
a fox
they had to
DNA,
face
if I remember
such
correctly. And he's a follow-up
devastation.
attacker.
Meanwhile, those in Akuma, simply because they're supported by the world-bearing Titan, continue to survive.
Yeah, the world just isn't fair, is it? Speaking of the world-bearing Titan, Cypher, didn't you tell me once you used to be an apprentice at Kefali's priestly court?
Huh.
He would probably be in prison, that
Did I?
boy.
Yeah, you definitely told me, and I remember it clearly. Maybe it's been so long, your memory's got
And
a
Troll
little
doesn't come back up
fuzzy.
until he has helped the resistance. Only to about to train under the Foxy Priestess. That sassy Foxy Priestess. And I still think like tiniest Kitsune in history. I should have more debuff than that, I think, but I guess characters. I don't understand why they wouldn't. After all, she's not the damage dealer.
Oh, right. I did tell you. It wasn't a big deal. I just snuck in with a bunch of mumbling priests and watched them do their spooky rituals around some glowing rock. Honestly, I was only interested in the wallets of the old grandpas on the council back then. Don't remember much else. It's been what, nearly 1,000 years?
Oh, I see. But you in a priest robe? No, that's hard to picture.
Who asked you to picture that? Besides, priest robes from 1,000 years ago were nothing like the ones today.
Right. I didn't think about that. I was just curious if you ever overheard anything interesting from those priests.
How ridiculous. Come on, let's head to the next spot. Where did this roadblock come from?
All the fighting.
This is so annoying. The treasure is right in front of us.
Oh dear, we're stuck here. But I have a plan. Should we call on that big, noisy, cumbersome hand of Xandris?
Never thought that thing would actually come in handy. All right. Do you want to handle it?
And it wouldn't work. At the same time, don't worry about it.
Leave it to me, boss. I don't need a controller. After all.
And he probably wouldn't have any of his weapons. Okay, that technically better so that they know our fish out. They probably thought of countermeasures. She cannot use it, no matter what. I have to talk to him in order to control him? But then they just do that automatically. I wish she was actually running on all four when sprinting.
Hand of Zagreus. My darling. Activate! Looks like a charm.
Not bad. However, I still don't see how this ties into trickery.
Let's go to the next room.
Hey, slow down! That question you asked me earlier. I think I just remembered something.
What did I ask?
You know, that question. The one you specifically asked me. Right after we dug up the second chest?
Forgive me, boss lady, but have you been under a lot of stress lately? I didn't ask anything. You must have imagined it.
Don't bother trying to seem stupid. I made sure that that collar would not only withhold your abilities, but also as a torture mechanism when you decide to try something stupid and not cooperate. Let's start with the obvious. Why are you here? Some people say I cried. Yeah, more like every new character is always gonna be stronger than the old ones.
Oh. Is
They're always
that
trying
so?
to promote the newer characters and overshadow the old ones. Which defeats the purpose of getting any of the old ones.
Maybe you're right. I have been a little on edge lately. I need to relax. Alright, let's move on to the next treasure trove.
But yeah, she does still work pretty well in my opinion. I just need to get better stuff for her.
Twinkle, twinkle in my chest, how this core flame is the best.
When it comes to singing, I still sound better than you, boss.
I mean, you do have something even better on your chest.
Beyond all time and space, on the journey of flame chase.
Maybe try death metal. That'll probably sound better.
This scent feels like something incredible is buried here.
Incredible indeed! If even Boss Lady says so, how could I not be excited?
We have no choice.
Do I need to give instructions here? Get digging.
No. I just simply want the answers. They were either given to me or die.
Isn't this a golden scapegoat? Interesting. Looks like whoever buried this treasure wanted to play a little game with us.
Oh, isn't there a myth about
Children doesn't really show much in the way of emotions.
those who did not?
He's more straightforward.
Sheep, humans, whatever. All I know is unlocking this gets us treasure. Here! This honor's all yours.
Have it your way. Enjoy the pain. Yeah, it all depends on the team. Maybe they just simply don't have the right characters or haven't built the right characters. Well, Aglaya works well for a summon team. Akron works well for a nihility team.
Puzzles and tricks are right up my alley. Just leave it all alone me.
You know, it falls down into that, into what kind of team they're using their playstyle. Oh, this is an easy one. Alright, don't spoil anything.
Told you, nothing can stop me.
Your attempts to go feral again will be pointless. That collar suppresses absolutely everything you have.
Cypher, it's your turn now.
Stop! Stay there, and don't turn around.
Huh? What do you mean?
Too late.
I told you, don't move.
My poor old back. What are you doing?
What is that?
Shh, quiet. Don't say anything unnecessary. That seamstress. She's listening.
What? Boss, do you mean?
Stay put and keep quiet. I'll handle her.
Again.
Whoa, whoa! Seamstress. Getting sneaky, aren't we? Did you think I wouldn't notice your little spies lurking around me?
As time passes, I find myself leaning more and more on blind luck. With only the power of this little nymph, naturally I couldn't slip past your sharp eyes, Cyphera.
Even if you could fully control Bartolos's mind, I would still be able to see through your disguise. Aglaya. You've gone to such lengths to spy on my every move. What exactly are you after? I've told you before, you don't need me to succeed. Why don't you just let this go? I already made an exception and got involved with Castorus and Grey Mystery. Asking for more now. Isn't that pushing your luck a bit too far?
Seems like that tainted plot line has a mind of its own. How did the face shall call it? Porcelain? You must be very foolish to be wandering around without trying to control that first. Hope you enjoy killing your own friends whenever you go like that. She's still gonna steal from you.
I'm sorry, Cyphera. I've plotted and schemed my whole life. But I never could have predicted our relationship would end up like this. I've spent centuries trying to figure out where I went wrong, replaying every moment over and over. But you've never given me a chance to explain myself, face to face.
Don't talk to me like that. You know I can't take it.
1,000 years ago, out of foolishness, I let my silence steal away the most beautiful sound I'd ever known.
My silence.
So this time, I must say this to you, even if it's all in vain. I need you, Cyphera. The Chrysos Heir's mission needs you. The finale I've delayed for far too long. It's finally here. Whatever resentment you still hold against me will fade once I'm gone.
Not until you answer my questions. And of course, you are ready to leave. Will not interfere with the eternity I'm trying to build.
Please, come back to Akama. I'm begging you. Without you, they don't stand a chance.
I'll think about it, seamstress. But stop watching me. Unless you want to lose me for good.
If you're able to arrive here, then you have a way to leave. You just simply don't want to. After all, your ships have comlinks, and you could have easily called for another ship to pick you up. Yet you didn't. Mondstadt has a way to call for them, yet you did not allow it. You chose to stay even though you have a way out. Even Jean Li has a way to contact them, And yet you didn't bother to choose that either now, didn't you?
Don't worry. As much as I'd love to hear your voice again, to see your face.
You don't fool me. I know how strong star scales are. You don't easily break that well, like that.
It seems that chance will never come. Goodbye, Cyphera.
Goodbye, Aglaya.
What a shame. I thought there'd be some real treasure under that goat's head.
Even Yukong was a rookie and she didn't blow up her ship when she crashed here 600 years ago. Before the Conria incident. So you don't fool me. And even if your ship did blow up, Mondstadt and Liyue had ways to call them and you did not take it.
Turns out, everything in that chest was soaked in water from the River of Souls. Nothing valuable left. Those relics were once priceless. But time has eroded away all that they once were.
Aww, hearing that from you makes it sound so sad. Wait, why am I getting all sentimental? I haven't even processed what just happened. That horrible woman. When did she...
Regardless of what he says, the indecision was yours, and you did nothing. You chose to stay.
Oh!
If you see her, let her know this. As demigods, we can't avoid our duties forever.
Could it have been back then when...
Do you remember now? Looks like you don't need me to jog your memory. She must have slipped that nymph into your pocket while you were distracted. Don't underestimate that bug. It's every bit as dangerous as the seamstress's golden thread. Let your guard down for even a second, and it might take over. Make you spill secrets you'd never share otherwise.
Whoa, that's like some brainwashing monster straight out of the Black Tide! Creepy. Boss, how did you realize something was wrong? I'm curious. What exactly did that nymph make me say?
Actually, it gave itself away very early on.
Speaking of the world-bearing titan, Cypher, didn't you tell me once you used to be an apprentice at Kefali's priestly court?
We've been partners in crime for 1,000 years. We've talked about everything there is to talk about. Except for that one experience at Dawncloud. I never told you about that. I absolutely wouldn't have shared that with anyone.
But, boss lady, there's a chance Aglaya wasn't trying to trick you?
And as far as I know, the embodiment of trickery despises that golden thread which forces people to speak the truth. You'd never defend Aglaya.
No. Pups follow their parents. They do not follow orders. You think you're a pup, but you're nothing more than a tool. If you truly were a pup, you would still be by Fei Xiao's side.
Isn't that right, Zagreus?
You have a
Wait, that thing is Zagreus?
After all, I'm the only one in the world who knows you're still alive. To make sure you survive the Titan trial, I had to fool the entire world. If you want to keep that lie from falling apart, you'd better keep playing your part in the days ahead.
Even if it weren't for saving my worthless little life, I'd still walk through fire for Cypher without hesitation.
This pitiful thing is Zagreus. How disappointing.
You may have been reduced to this form, but you still haven't lost your way with words.
And any good pup would have waited in the nest for the mother to return. That is how the world works. But no, you abandoned the nest and went off to be someone's tool. And the question is, what does someone wish to achieve here with you as their tool?
Speaking of which, Cypher, you're not taking that wicked woman's words to heart, are you? Life's been pretty great lately. Why get into trouble now? Don't you think?
Honestly, I've been thinking. Maybe a trip back now wouldn't be too bad.
You're back again, so...
You've been a bad pup now, haven't you?
Cyphera, your face.
I need clothes. Anything. Just throw me something. A piece of cloth will do. Just enough to cover the wounds. I will pay back the amount I owe. I promise.
You're bleeding golden blood.
Yes, what about it? So what if I'm one of those Chrysosairs they talk about? Those infinitely strong heroes. World-renowned swordsmen. Exceptionally intelligent scholars.
Cyphera.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. Who knew that group of amazing people would include me? A pauper. Thief. Con artist. Maybe I should just make another cut to drain all this yellow stuff out of me and...
Stop it, Cyphera. I'll give you clothes. Warm you up and... stay here. Stay in my workshop until you're healed.
Aren't you going to ask me how I got these wounds? Right. What's the use? I'm so good at lying. Even your golden thread can be fooled. If you can't verify the truth, why bother asking at all?
Since you won't speak, I'll just rip it out of your mind.
I don't need to ask. Nor do I need to use the golden thread. I know everything you do is for survival, at all costs. Stay here. You won't have to deal with the cold or go hungry again. Stay by my side, and you can start putting yourself back together.
Aren't you worried I'll ruin this place's reputation? Or that I might sneak off with your precious clothes and sell them?
I wouldn't have invited you if I were worried about those things.
You're weird, seamstress. You know, they say a child who often lies remains a liar for life. I've tried not to become a liar, but honestly, it's just too hard. I'm close to giving up.
The shadows of that cold-blooded killer. So, you wish to end eternity, don't you, kiddo?
What makes you think I won't disappoint you?
As suspected, you are nothing more than a mere tool.
Because I can feel it. Not with the power of a demigod, but with the heart that beats in my chest. You love this place. That's why you keep coming by, but also why you hesitate to stay longer. You worry you'll tarnish the Gold Weaver name.
So, a tool to the Abyss Order, and you aren't even aware. Sparkle blossoms. Oh, she's your problem. I ain't helping you. At least not for free. What's in it for me?
After taking over Nestia's divine authority, I became used to letting the golden thread distinguish sincerity from falsehood. However, the mission I need to complete requires me to learn to trust and rely on my heart. Cyphera, you're an honest thing I've given to this world. And also a challenge the world has given to me. Stay here with me. You have a beautiful face that deserves better than to be covered in scars and grime.
You've got a way of talking that's hard to follow. All right, let's make it a deal. You have 1 day to change your mind. Once the action hour passes, there's no turning back.
Those folks in black are not responding to provocations, nor do they seem intent on fighting. What exactly are they waiting for?
Pressure. Fear. Planting seeds of anxiety. It seems this is the strategy they've chosen.
An organization that seems it is as their mission to eradicate the Chrysos heirs. I've read some chilling accounts, stories of the cleaners using alchemical arts to implant fragments of memories into their successors, ensuring both identity and hatred lives on.
From what I know, these stories are true. The kindness we know today, strictly speaking, is the 27th kindness. Objectively, the rise of the cleaners was both inevitable and necessary. Yet, their ruthless and twisted methods earned them nothing but disdain and condemnation from history.
Still they endure, an organization persisting through time, now working tirelessly to obstruct the flame chase. Are they truly so terrified of Era Nova, the Chrysos heirs strive for?
Even in these crumbling end times, there are always those who find ways to profit from the chaos.
Of course there always are. %, and maybe we have a deal.
To ask the vested interests to abandon their status, wealth, and ambitions in this world for a distant ideal may be no easier than creating a miracle.
I wonder where Trailblazer is now. They're targeting me. He definitely won't escape their notice either. I hope all is well. You forget you're talking to a pretty much a walking nuke. Is that Lord Cataract?
There you are, Lord Donghung. We couldn't reach you on the teleslate, so the Holy City Guard almost assumed you two had met some terrible fate. You pests crawling in the shadows, back off. Your plot ends here. You played your hand. Run while you still can. It might be your only chance to survive. Stay away from Akama forever. If you set foot there again, the fury of its people will tear you apart. Because Aglaya is dead, and in the eyes of the Holy City citizens, her blood is on your hands.
With her dead, now everyone knows about them.
Looks like she was wrong about you.
She? Are you talking about the mastermind behind all of this?
Well, she thought you were weak. She believed that even when you were facing the evil that you claimed to oppose, you'd hesitate to strike.
Misinterpreting mercy for weakness shows how arrogant and foolish your master is. They're still alive. With proper care, they'll pull through in a few days. But I must warn you. I haven't fought a human in ages. I can't guarantee I'll always be able to hold back. They're lucky they're still alive. If you feel as lucky as they are, try me.
That was cool.
Finon is seriously upset.
Get
Where are
out
we
of
being
here.
stupid again?
Don't show your face around us again. If your master wants to stop the Flame Chase journey, she'd better bring an army that makes Kremnos at its peak look like child's play.
I've said it more than once, Lord Finan. We're not here to start a fight.
Are you sure about that? You did attack us, and all of your reinforcements are pretty much at the edge of death.
We came only to ensure you weren't anywhere else.
Just not just in a suit, but all of that. If you truly want to help people here, you'll return to Mondstadt, board a ship, and leave Tibet forever. Always your Sith friend and the Abyss Order will simply have their ways Tibet and destroy everything you hold dear.
While you were unaware, we already accomplished our mission. To buy time.
You are not gonna bully Mem. Mem is too precious. If you try to bully Mem, I'm gonna sell you out to Sparkle.
So, Lord Finan, until next time.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Anyone who uses innocent lives as bargaining chips has gone too far.
Let's just call her little cutie. Because she's small and she's really cute. And I want to spoil her.
guess the opposition within the Council of Elders is still desperately fighting to obstruct the flame chase. If the conspiracy is exposed, they'll be hunted down in the Holy City like rats with nowhere to run, no matter where they hide. My teleslate.
Urgent. Global announcement. Due to force measures, the world wide operation will be temporarily suspended. Please stay calm and remain in your home. Local golden thread enabled for emergency internal communication only. Lady Goldweaver deceased. Please return to the Holy City at once. It's hard to believe, but please come back soon.
Aglaya? Is this... Blasted! Those guys...
What are those guys doing?
But how could they possibly? Stay calm. This could just be one of her schemes. I won't believe it until I see it for myself.
Fainan, what should we do now?
Stay on course. I'll contact Treeby and ask her to keep the citizens calm. We'll hurry back to Akama as fast as possible and assess the situation in the city. If we run into any enemies along the way, I won't be merciful this time.
Using the kid and having said immediately to Mondstadt. You will not allow the Abyssal Order to have him as their perfect tool. Send word to Face Shao. She won't hesitate to pick up her little pop over Mondstadt.
Cartonis? Ah, you're forging a sword for Fainan, aren't you? I haven't seen you wield the hammer in so long. I couldn't help but be entranced by the sight.
You, Aglaya. In this form, you come to me. It means...
That's right. At this moment, my physical form is already shattered. My journey as a human in this world has come to an end.
Great,
it's
another
time
death.
to fulfill our
Officially.
pact.
Of course. The pact I haven't forgotten.
Eternally will remain true. No vision bears nor abyss will interfere with it.
The thing I entrusted to you, do you still have it?
Far too plain this vessel is. Not worthy of you. Do you still insist?
I insist. Over the past 1,000 years, every piece of fabric I've worked with has been tainted by my cold divinity. It's made me hate their colors, texture, and scent. This ornament stands apart. It was a gift from a child. She was pure and kind. I often wished my childhood could have been like hers.
How to say goodbye to everyone? Have you already planned?
I'm afraid there's no such detailed plan at this time. I deeply regret not being able to say farewell to them, one by one.
She will not have it. Remember, she has no authority here. And I did give you an order. So take this kid and send him off to monks that we picked up by Fei Xiao. As long as he remains here, all of Teyvat is in danger.
The moment has come. My departure will give them one less thing to worry about. This parting gift should help ease the regret of such a sudden goodbye.
I do not need to remind you what happened 500 years ago.
Invented for the Titans, Kremnos' soul-forging technology was. Though divinity it retains, filtered out, the remnants of humanity will be. Is that what you want, Aglaya?
You've confirmed this with me repeatedly. Yes, Cartonis. I need you to do this for me. Condense my divinity into this ornament. It might still be useful in the future to help them complete their mission.
Do not waste time. Get this kid out of here. If you cannot, kill him.
Selfless until the end.
For safety of our eternity and of Teyvat.
Envy that child, there's no need to. Already lived a grand life your humanity has.
Your praise puts my heart at ease, Grand Craftsman. Now, please, take me through the last tempering that fate has to offer.
Not after I showed her what would have happened if the child was not stopped. She knows the only thing standing between the Abyss Order and the rest of the galaxy is Teyvat. Which is why she agreed to peace. When she sees the kid was going to destroy it all, she will understand. She always does. After all, hunting abomination is her thing, and her kid is turning into one.
The city is silent, and tension is building with every passing second. The news is probably spread by now. Every household is locked up tight, and all the market stalls have closed down temporarily.
So this feels like a scheme.
I hope so. I just can't believe she'd be taken down by a handful of assassins. If this is all part of a larger plan, Treeby must know something. She just couldn't say it in the message. Let's go find her.
The place is supposed to be in lockdown. They should have gotten rid of all the NPCs.
Dunham came back before us. Well, maybe he's heard something.
They don't know Fei Xiao's letters with Archons do. Nowhere near it. Just do as you're told. Or you wish for all of that to fall under the Abyss Order? If that's the case, then I'll have no choice than to kill you or have someone else carry out the order. This is my final warning. You're back. How's everything? Injuries? No injuries, I hope?
Don't worry. The cleaners didn't lay a hand on us. Lord Krateros, were you in the city when it happened? What exactly went down?
Regrettably, no one knows the details of that moment. Eyewitnesses only saw...
It's fine. Just tell me.
Eyewitnesses at the Memorial Palace
I
saw
don't
a
question their
glide
integrity.
fall
They are
from the
extremely loyal
Chrysos
to the
air
show.
bath.
If she tells them to kill someone, they will, no doubt about it.
Oh, God.
All because of the deal they have with the Fatui. They don't care who they're gonna screw over in the process, just like the Fatui.
She showed no signs of life by the time the Holy City Guards approached to check.
Puppy. Don't call
They
her
were
the
too
pink
afraid
puppy.
to jump to
It
conclusions.
may look like a pink puppy,
After
but
all, she was a
my little
demigod
cutie.
who lived for over 1,000 years, the leader of the Chrysos heirs. Most citizens of the city believed that death couldn't touch her. She was pierced through the heart by a uniquely crafted dagger. I saw it for myself. It's one of the weapons carried by the cleaners.
And then they go after us.
I also don't understand. This doesn't add up. The ones who appeared in the Grove and those who confronted Don Hung in the Abyss didn't immediately resort to violence. They were just watching and trying to intimidate. They didn't have any reason nor the courage to attack Aglaya. Perhaps...
Speculating blindly won't help. Let's go find Lady Trevi, and she understands Aglaya's mind best.
I'll stay here to lead the guards and maintain order. Find out what happened, but don't take too long. With Aglaya gone, someone has to take her place and lead Akama.
So the little pup actually managed to escape somehow. Good. Maybe you can tell us something might be useful.
Also, Miss Hyacinth was the one who declared Aglaya dead. You might want to speak with her.
Emperor would have threatened you with sending you to the past and with a point of no return. Okay, that she can technically manipulate time. Of course, it came to you. I'll deal with the traveler later. For now, the kid only has two options. To leave Tavad, or to die.
Thank you, Lord Krateros. paths are empty.
Of course it gets. Oh, of course, Don Han's lines are not voice acted. Me, I'm not taking responsibility for this little pup.
Hyacinth.
You're back.
Unless you just call Feisha and have her take him away. But the guards are the ones with the con. We're from Kratos. Are you...
I'm fine. I've been staying close to Lady Treeby and Lady Trinan after the incident. It's great that you could come back so quickly. They need someone with them now.
Look at him holding up.
Not well. After all, we witnessed Lady Aglaya's last moments. I tried to treat her immediately, but even the sky's blessings. Declaring her death was the hardest thing I've ever had to do as a doctor. Lord Finan, don't push yourself. You're carrying a heavier burden now. Please, don't fall.
It's fine. I can handle it.
He's nothing more than a tool to the Sith to help the Abyss destroy Tevat. If he remains here, all of Tevat will suffer.
What I've lost is a mentor and a comrade in arms. But for Treeby and Trinan, they've lost a 1,000-year-old bond. Like they're losing a part of their lives. You should rest, Hyacinth. You've been awake for a long time, haven't you? We'll handle things from here.
See, I told it's because you know she's not a pink puppy. She's a little cute little. She's a small pink little cutie.
Okay. See you later, everyone.
So I'll be on Sparkle side on this one. Nobody bullies
Next.
little man.
We should visit Lady Treeby.
No. Even you should understand. The laziest organ of them all, and the most incompetent organ bound by his dumb contract. Their judgment is as useful as a wet piece of paper. No, they do not see the bigger picture as I did.
Snowy.
As the Archon
Little
of
Gray.
Eternity, preserving
You're back.
everything is my job. If they do not leave, if he does not leave, then he will have to die. He did not see everything then. He did not see the Sith he's been serving, nor how his action has only benefited the Abyss.
Lady Treeby,
The only ones who can truly stop the Abyss is the Archon of War. Why do you think they've been fighting them for the past 500 years?
Snowy, don't. Please
But
don't
with him,
apologize to us.
the Abyss will inevitably win.
You went to the Grove to prepare yourself for the threats to Akama. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be hard on yourself.
After all, none of them saw the feral side of him. Only I did. If it wasn't for me, the entire city would have been slaughtered by him.
We were always by Aggie's side throughout this long journey, so we understood her thoughts better than anyone. She knew she wouldn't see the end of the Flame Chase journey, yet she gave everything without hesitation for the future of everyone.
Kick him harder, Sparkle.
I know what Aglaya expected of me.
Strictly speaking, Yamiko cannot do that. She may just
Right now, the
maiden,
last thing Akuma
but
needs is a leader
her
wallowing
definition
in
is
self-pity.
more to like keep her purpose more to keep watch on the Shogun. That's why she's trying to get the Traveler to defeat the Shogun, because she cannot interfere with her in any way, shape, or form. All she does is keep her distance. Anytime she ever like actually starts taking part in the arrangement in life is after the events of Inazuma.
The scroll over there was entrusted to us by Aggie. She instructed us to hand it over to you when the time was right. I think now's the right time.
The golden threaded frayed at the Frage of an era. Frage of an era. And posterity took up the sentiment firmly hanging on its web. The treasure canoes heard during your travels had to head to the book and write it down. So I cannot look at my minion, have a look at it.
Vinan, my humble student, my trusted colleague.
Unfortunate, his plan failed, and he became the tool of the very thing
As I
he
write this,
wanted to destroy.
you are locked in a battle of words with the Council of Elders, fighting for the survival of the Flame Chase journey on a battlefield where the smoke of war is invisible.
Were in vain. Can at the pup abandon Fei Xiao before his time.
I deeply regret and feel guilty for hastily pushing you and the Trailblazer into the debate. But please forgive me. At that moment, I could not afford to show any sign of weakness before you, as it would have crushed your morale.
The pup unknowingly abandoned the path of his mother and entered the path of the Abyss and those so-called saints.
I considered the debate a routine affair, assuming I could win merely with the support and experience we'd accumulated over centuries. But I underestimated kindness and her party's cunning, And
Up
also
to you.
the
Oh, it took a little time,
deterioration
but you
of
can see
my
why.
own senses.
Of course he fell into Sith's path. Trained by those worthless Jedi, they never learn how easily corrupted they are. This is why I consider them enemy of eternity. Everything they do is just destruction and death wherever
The
they
trap
go.
was likely set by the debater Calictus. He had prepared a severed golden thread in advance, revealing it to the public when Kindness was faltering in the debate. He claimed I was reading everyone's thoughts with the golden thread to cheat in the debate. I could have countered that low tactic in 100 ways. But my words slipped out before I could even think about them. With deceitful scoundrels like you in the crowd, I have no choice but to rely on the golden thread to keep watch over everything in this holy city. You can imagine the reaction that comment provoked. At that moment, I felt my time was running short. The divinity in this body might be eternal, but that is not the essence of me. I am a daughter of humanity, born of my mother, and I will die as a human. Realizing that my humanity was fading, I began to plan my exit. What kind of departure would not waste such a belated death? I have yet to find the ideal answer, but I knew I couldn't simply fade away in my sleep like anyone else. The serpents have always lurked in the darkness, terrified of their heads being cut off by the golden thread.
Of course he puts his trust on an incompetent fool.
If my departure were to be calm
He
and
was
uneventful,
unaware of the
it would
danger
only
this
lead to a
was
swarm of those serpents emerging from their nests. Regrettably, a peaceful death is a luxury I cannot afford.
No wonder he's still an apprentice to the other general. A fool unable to see the bigger picture.
I must feign weakness, deliberately, to make those serpents lose patience and act rashly. Just as they think they've struck and sunk their fangs into my heels, that's when I'll strike back, igniting the final blaze to burn away the threats hidden in the shadows. The blaze soaring into the sky might sow fear and confusion, but I have no worries about people losing their way. After all, Akima still has you to guide them, Finan. You're not perfect, Finan. I've witnessed your confusion, recklessness, and deep sensitivity, dawn after dawn. The heavy burdens of your past have always weighed you down, inflicting deep pain.
Traveler, you're as foolish as you're much more foolish than I thought. Never knowing that wherever you go, disaster follows you, and people suffer for it. Well, guess what? Now all of that will do so by keeping the child in this world.
Yet, in your way, you are perfect. You embrace everyone's imperfections, always ready to find the precious qualities hidden beneath their rough exteriors. Unconditionally.
Of eternity. You are an enemy to all of that.
That might be what sets our Sky Father Kefili apart from other deities. They recognize the imperfections in their creations, yet still choose to shine their light on them, offering protection with unconditional love.
Face off against Senor. If you win, then I'll consider giving you a chance to fight. He may not be so, but he's still a tool of evil in the end. Like I said, he's unknowingly helping the Abyss.
Finan, while you zealously pursued strife, believing it to be your destined path, from the very beginning, my thoughts have never changed. You are the destined world-bearer of Amphorius, the gate to Amphorius's future. Go, complete the flame-chased journey of the prophecy, ignite the stars, and inspire hope in the hearts of humanity. I will be waiting at the end of the West Wind, looking forward to the miracle you will create.
Yeah, Trevor did not fight against the Raiden up until he defeated Senora. And that she is there as well. But she only shows up right before that final battle.
How could I possibly be worthy of the burning torch you've passed into my hands? Dalong, can you do me a favor? Please deliver a message to Lord Krateros. Have him gather the Holy City Guards and the Kremnoans to spread the word from door to door. At the lucid hour tomorrow, Finan will speak at the Marmorial Palace. Urge everyone who has concerns about the Holy City's future and the Flame Chase journey to attend this gathering. Tell them Aglaya has left Amphorius the seeds of hope. Thank you. It's been a harrowing day for everyone. Please make sure to rest well and collect your thoughts. I need to prepare.
Cartonis has arrived.
Cartonis, what brings you to Marmorial Palace? I plan to get everything settled before coming to see you. Is there something urgent, Cartonis?
How are you holding up, I wanted to see. Better than I expected, you seem.
There's no room for doubt anymore. It's time to take action and show everyone that the leadership of the Chrysos heirs is still strong.
Now, even though the Vision Hunt decree is over, the child will still destroy Tevat. You now face the decision. Risk the utter distraction of everything you hold dear, or send the kid home to protect everyone.
Right, your assessment is... Now, here. Take this.
Is this it? You've completed it.
That's a cool looking sword, not gonna lie.
Dawnmaker. The name I've chosen for it.
You forget, this body's nothing but a doll, animated to act by the will of A. For now, A will not receive any more visitors. Which is true, like the Raiden Shogun is just a doll created by A, the actual Raiden Shogun, who lives within the plane of Euthymia, but the only ones that can go in are the ones she allows.
Before dawn, prepare for battle. For tomorrow, wield your sword. Befits your stature, it does. Chrysos heir.
Dawnmaker.
course, the doll is hard-headed and will push him away. It only follows a set of preset commands.
Unbelievable. You've never seen that black-clad sword master. Yet you've recreated this so precisely, just from what I described.
Did you not hear? I am nothing but a puppet. The real A is inaccessible to you at the moment.
Precise, your description.
Speaking A remains a play with time, reflecting what sort of eternity she actually wants to make now that the one she originally tried to do is no longer reachable.
Imbued it with the power of dawn I already have. Guided by your will, gleam with golden flames. Its blade will.
Kid. I have no emotions. I feel nothing. I only follow what I was made to do. Now because of you, I have no purpose. Not until A decides what to do. Speaking, the doll actually does not have emotions. Literally, it does not have emotion. It only follows the command preset by A when she was created, which her story quest forces A to face it in order to kind of make it like open the ability for A to actually alter those preset commands, because she made it so that you wouldn't be able to change it in any way, shape, or form. The doll just goes from there and locks itself within the palace and orders the guards not to let anyone in. At least up until later when Yamiko sends the traveler over to explore, but that was way later.
Wield it. May triumph always be yours.
Thank you, Cartonis. I will use this sword to protect the beings of Emphorius.
But the only command she still holds is the one with Vision Hunt Decree, which is no longer applicable. The only way you can help is by leaving the vat. There's nothing else you can do, and you cannot reach A in any way, shape, or form. I am a doll, only made to follow a command which, because of you, has no purpose. A is the one who needs to decide and eventually prove her point to me. Until then, you are nothing more than a threat that's going to destroy everything. Instead of focusing on me, focus on you. You still want to destroy the vat with your dumb innocence. Or will you finally listen and leave?
Another thing there is.
That's why you are not a pup to me. You are nothing more than a tool of evil.
What's this?
Sparkle and I both are giving you the evil
Stored here, the remnants of Aglaya's divinity are.
Mem is Mem. She's no puppy. I think it passes even more time than that, actually, because it does take her a long long time actually to do that.
This was her commission. Her death she had long foreseen.
Story-wise. A has been a player of Euthymia for over 500 years. She's pretty much disconnected from the world. And only bonding with a traveler that she actually ended up coming out.
Can she still hear us?
No other outside source was able to help because she only trusts the traveler and no one else. And given that she also knows about the your character, she would not trust your character at all, knowing that Tevat's fate will experience nothing but utter destruction by him.
It's difficult to confirm. About divinity, we know very little. In this way, she wanted to be with you. Always.
I understand. Let me keep it. With this, I'll have another constant companion by my side. May this world never have a need for a deliverer. Someone told me long ago. But when the world dashed her hopes and fell into disarray,
First, Miko asked him to go visit.
if she could see me now, leading from the front, rallying people against their destiny,
socialize, and help her get a vision of the eternity she wants. In the process, she ends up encountering ghosts from 500 years ago. Which in time she realizes that only eternity that's worth keeping is one where Inazuma continued to exist, where she ends up going to another form of the plane of Euthymia. She finds the program she made of her doll, which because of a different temporal zone, well, for her it was like several thousands of years. It was only a few minutes for the traveler, who then jumped in to try and help her. But only the travel was able to go through because Yaemiko needed to keep the portal stable, and she could only send the traveler in to help. Not even Yaemiko could go in to do anything because of how unstable the portal is. Even so, like, the Abyss Order continues to be a threat. And they are cunning.
she would surely smile.
The Abyss Order is relentless, and even though the world,
How will the Holy City continue without Lady Goldweaver?
The Abyss Order is still a threat no matter what, because of the Traveler's sister.
Look! Lord Finan is here.
Will he step up to lead Akama?
Not long ago, I spoke at the Citizens' Assembly at Dawn
because
Cloud.
at the end of, before not long, even before Fontaine, what's it called? Or was it at the end of Fontaine? I don't remember now. The last chapter we had with a traveler going after his sister, we found out that the Abyss Order now has a machine to control the ley lines themselves, even create entirely new ley lines. So the Abyss Order already has an advantage by Natlam's point.
I wrestled with every word, searching for the right ones to rally support and keep the Chrysos Heir's flame chase alive. In the end, I remembered a lesson from one of my teachers. In battles where words are weapons, outrage and blind passion often overpower reason. I followed his strategy. I painted my opponents as nothing more than pests, tore apart their character, and laid out their crimes. The strategy worked. I secured enough votes to achieve my goal, but afterward, there wasn't even a flicker of joy. I realized that apparent victory masked a deeper failure. In my pursuit of success, I fueled division and strayed far from my very purpose that led me to the Flame Chase journey. This journey was supposed to unify, not divide. To strengthen us, not weaken us. It was the gold thread that mended our rifts in the past. Some saw it as a means of surveillance, a tool of control. But no one can deny that it was Aglaya who held this city and even this shattered world together. Now she is gone. Yes, as you have heard, the demigod Aglaya, who guarded the holy city for a millennium, has indeed fallen.
Who murdered Lady Goldweaver?
Find the murderer! Make them pay!
I felt the same as all of you initially. I wanted to stand here beside you, to condemn the sinners, to discuss retribution, and to see justice brought down upon them. But my perspective has changed. The golden threads that once bound this city have unraveled. Yet no one is celebrating their freedom from control. In the empty markets and bath chambers, one feeling lingers. Unease. Deep down, we all know the last safeguard against the harm we may do to each other is gone. No divine power will protect us from the malice in our hearts. From now on, only the moral code we choose to uphold for ourselves will stand between us and the abyss.
Finon has a way with words. Oh, all right.
The Flame Chase journey is nearing its end. With only one Titan left for the Chrysos heirs to conquer. Aquila!
Before you leave, do consider your stance with those Jedi. Given that they too seem to be using you as nothing more than a tool, you have to decide, do you stick by their side, or do you return to the Lafu? Because the Lafu has honor and respect.
Before I rise to the skies, I challenge you. Cast out the shadows and malice within your hearts.
Think carefully where you stand.
Let your spirit shine brighter than the sky itself. Let me bear witness. Even without the divine authority of romance, Akuma will remain a sanctuary in these end times. A place for the kind people Aglaya dreamed of. The kind of people foretold in prophecy. A better people!
Better people!
Better people! Better people! Better people! Better people! Better people!
At least he somehow managed to convince them.
I appreciate your willingness to accept the challenge. You have reminded me that Aglaya left me perhaps the simplest duty in the world. To bear the burden of creation, I need only to give one thing. It's a gift she once gave me without hesitation, and now I share it with each of you. Unshakable faith. There's still a long way to go before Amphorius is reborn. But we will not forget the past as we move forward. For the memories of Amphorius will always benefit future generations. Allow me this moment. I want to borrow a few minutes of your time to commemorate a demigod who protected the Holy City for a millennium. She was Akima's dressmaker, the leader of the Chrysos heirs, the Gold Weaver, Aglaya, and her greatest feat was being a selfless person.
That singing sounds so familiar.
Trian?
That's our song, and Snowy used to love it.
That's pretty much 4 demigods dead by now.
Yes, Lady Trian. For that child filled with anxiety. Your songs always dispelled the clouds in my heart. Even if for just a moment.
Snowy was so cute and kind when he was little. Now, you've grown so much. Maybe not as cute, but still just as kind.
Seriously, Trian.
Time spares no one, so there's nothing we can do. But kindness, you helped nurture it in me.
Don't mention it. Your light is as bright as ever. Keep it up and stay strong. See you, Snowy.
Goodbye, Lady Trian.
I heard what you said. Are you suggesting the debate tactics I've taught you are nothing but sleight of hand?
Not at all, Professor Anaxa. Honestly, without those techniques you taught me, the Flame Chase journey might not have survived.
Good thing your head's still clear. The Chrysos heir of Kefali. I had no idea you had it in you while I was drilling those formulas in your head in class.
Who could have thought, Professor? By the way, I've completely forgotten those formulas now.
Some things never change. In our next lives, I'll teach you how to truly embrace your divine duties.
I'll be waiting. Goodbye, Professor Anaxa. Miss Castros? Aren't you going to say something?
Lord Finan, you have always been so approachable. Ever since we first met, you've seen me as a friend. It was the first time I understood what everyday friendship was like. But that's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Laughing and chatting with you, I sometimes forget who I am. And for someone with my kind of power, that's a real hazard.
I hadn't thought of it that way. Sorry, I forgot to consider your perspective.
Please, no apologies. Despite everything, thinking back on the times we spent together makes me really happy.
I feel the same.
Goodbye, Finan.
Goodbye, Gasteras. Aglaya.
This is a really sad moment, not gonna lie.
Remember, Finan, after completing the flame chase, leave the decision to initiate the miracle of Genesis to the Amphorians. The Chrysos heirs are the executors of the prophecy, yet they, the people, are the true masters of this world.
Rest assured, I always keep your teachings in mind. The difference between a presumptuous hero and a tyrant is a fine line.
Well said. You've got a good memory.
It's late. Anything else you'd like to add?
Anything else? Even in your imagination, I'm not one to show my vulnerable side.
No worries. I've long understood how difficult it is for you to open up completely. Thank you for bringing me here, Aglaya. You saved me.
Maybe what I wanted to save wasn't you, child, but this crumbling world. Goodbye, Finan.
I'm sure she did what?
Goodbye.
Save him as well.
Aglaya.
Did you forget me?
Forget you? Like I'd ever.
Of course, he's rival and best
We
friend.
aren't parting ways forever. You're just off to guard the gates at Castrum Kremnos. Let's not make this a tearful farewell.
You know just how to make a person uncomfortable. I have a feeling we'll meet again in this lifetime. Let's have another showdown then. Deliver.
That's very confident of you. I've changed since then. Have you seen this sword? It's a masterpiece freshly forged by Cartonis.
A bold statement for a mere mortal who hasn't yet claimed the power of a titan. See you around. Finan of Ides Elysiae.
It's a date, Mightimos.
What a poignant, yet splendid journey. And it's still not over yet, is it?
Yes, Cyrene.
Oh, Cyrene?
I was right. In the end, you did become the deliverer in this story.
Why does her voice sound very similar to Mem?
A lot has changed while you were away. I've met so many people. I've tried so many things. I've found new resolve. And I've let go of some attachment. I'm not the same person I used to be.
But to me, you've never changed at all, Finan.
She sounds a lot like Mem. Are they one and the same, but she just doesn't remember? Did she already ascend to Titanhood and Mem is actually a new Titan?
Dawn Cloud. This place holds so many different kinds of memories.
I remember you could see the Gold Weaver sign from here, all the way down the mountain. But my eyes aren't what they used to be 1,000 years ago.
Cypher, you...
Seamstress. Tell me, does Akuma have any treasures so rare that not even your... I mean, our shop has seen?
Of course it has. I heard there's a gem of all worlds hidden somewhere in Dawn Cloud. Apparently, it's a piece that fell out of the Dawn device. It's truly a priceless treasure, being a part of Kefali's divine body. Even I, the Gold Weaver, cannot witness its glamour.
Gem of all worlds. Nice! Got it! Well, please keep looking after the shop while I...
Let me guess, Cypherer. You're probably already plotting to sneak into Dawn Cloud to steal that gem, aren't you? And
Very
your
obvious.
next move is probably trying to sell it to the highest bidder, then distribute that money to the poor and the refugees in the Holy City?
Look, Seamstress. Are you sure you aren't peeking into my head with your golden threads?
You might be skilled at covering up lies, but your compassion is all over your face, plain as day.
That's probably why when she dies, she actually dies poor. Because while she says she's not gonna spend it, she's actually giving it away to help others in secret.
Don't lie to yourself. Do you honestly think this is the right thing to do, Cypher?
I don't like put too much attention to those the story events because they're not really part of the main story or anything.
What else am I supposed to do? That's the only thing I can do with my power. You keep talking about how I have the potential to become a good person. Or even what people call a hero. But I don't know what I need to do to get there! I can't weave golden dresses like you! I can't sing as well as Miss Hyceelens! And I definitely don't know as much as Big Sis Treeby!
A kind of Robin Hood knockoff, I guess. But like Robin Hood, she's not honest to herself.
The only things I'm good at are the underhanded street smarts that no one even respects. But I still want to be worthy of you. I want to prove that you've made the right choice. Even thieves can dream. Right?
I know, Cypher. I know. You are justified
It's
in
not
your
gonna
anger.
travel because he's silent for like most
Destiny
of the
is
things.
never
He
fair.
extremely rarely ever
And your
talks.
path is doomed to be
Look
even
at, like,
worse
text
than
messages,
everyone
like,
else's.
Talk like they
You are
don't
fated
really
to
use the
walk
voice
in the
as much as they
dark and
should.
bear the world's
Unlike Wuthering
misunderstanding in
Waves.
this journey.
Wuthering Waves, at least he actually is used very often in the story.
But you have to believe that everyone in this world is unique in their own way. I am convinced that you're the only one who can bear the authority of trickery. Even if you have to contend with the legendary 300 master thieves of Dolos.
Aglaya. I just want everyone to believe that the world is beautiful. And that everyone is simple. And kind. If only I could get everyone to believe that. Would that lie become reality? If enough people believed in it? Even though it's a lie.
Lies will always be lies, Cyphera. But sometimes they can be more noble than the truth.
Huh. Are you really planning to just stand there forever? Honestly, sneaking around doesn't suit you, Deliverer.
I never thought I could slip past your sharp ears, Miss Cypher. I just didn't think it'd be right to interrupt when you're obviously lost in thoughts.
Still as charming with your words as ever, boy. Your speech at the public baths wasn't half bad, I'll admit. It managed to touch my heart. Just a smidge.
Thank you. I had a feeling back then that you were in the audience. Intuition certainly is a thing of wonder.
Oh, and you didn't call me out on the spot. You waited all this time to tell me.
Well, I thought you'd need some time to yourself. After she passed away.
None of your business.
Of course, he's still not gonna be honest.
Enough small talk. Tell me, what kind of trouble did you run into that you need me, the super old-timer, to step in?
We've only met a couple of times, but you've always gone straight to business. I respect that about you, old-timer, so I'll cut to the chase. You're probably aware that Aglaya has earned the support of the entire city for the Chrysos heirs. Everyone believes that she died at the hands of council members who were against the flame chase, and the citizens' fury has been dragging these schemers out of the shadows one by one. But they didn't get everybody. To this day, we still haven't found Elder Kynus, the leader of the Cleaners.
I see. You're afraid she'll do something wild now that she's pushed into a corner, aren't you?
Oh, most definitely she
Yes. I believe that Kefali's core flame, forever enshrined above the council theater, would be the opposition's final trump card against the Chrysos heirs. We're setting out to campaign against Aquila in a few days. With the Chrysos heirs gone, it'll be their best chance to strike.
You think those desperate dogs will try to snatch the core flame while you're gone? So, you want me to give them a nice long walk while you're away, right?
You sure saw right through me, Miss Cypher. I know exactly what you can do. Godlike speed, perfect disguises, untraceable movement, and that most enigmatic authority of trickery. I have only one request. Please, use whatever tricks you need to protect Kefali's core flame. Even if you have to deceive the rest of the Chrysos heirs as well.
Uh-huh. Hey, Deliverer. Do you honestly think that there's no way I'll turn you down? Do you even have any plan Bs if I decide to nope out on this?
As the demigod of trickery, there are no other trump cards in the world that can outrank you. I'm sure you know the answer to your own question, Miss Cypher.
What confidence. You talk as if you have everything in the palm of your hand. Huh. So you did learn a thing or two from her. I'll give you that. Then let me tell you something you don't know. The Flame Reaver. They've been watching Akama closely.
You mean...
Bet you didn't expect that, huh? I've been tracking them all this time. And this is my conclusion.
They? So there's more than one Flame Reaver?
That lunatic may have lost their mind. But they're no fool. Why do you think they haven't made a move on Akama yet?
Professor Anaxa once analyzed this. He thought it was probably because Kefali's core flame was protected by the Council of Elders' secret arts.
Ha! Secret arts my foot! I could break those mechanisms with a flick of my finger. Allow me to let you in on the actual secret. They probably held off from attacking Akama because the Seamstress's defense network was way tougher than you thought. Now that she's gone, and you're heading out to the Eye of Twilight, with the city's defenses in shambles.
What a dangerous situation we find ourselves in. But since you're the one who brought it up, I'm guessing you already have a solution in mind.
Just look how ridiculously calm you are right now.
Being from Inazuma, they went to Sumeru.
But you guessed it right. Consider this a two-for-one deal. I'll keep that lunatic entertained on top of protecting Kefali's core flame. You'll owe a big favor after this.
Mostly unraveling first a plot by the Academy and its leaders to try and use the people's minds as a battery to power their machine to generate knowledge, which the unfortunate traveler ended up stuck in. They all ended up in a coma after a certain festival as the machine was being overused, and Nahida relied on the traveler to do several loops before breaking that control, and then kind of work not directly with Nahida because Nahida is technically imprisoned by the Academy, but by her mental connection with the traveler. To try and expose it to some trusted people, in this case Dia, Al-Haytham, and the leader of the Mahumatra, what was his name again? Sino. They all went to the desert where they discovered an even bigger plot of the Academy using forbidden knowledge. And from there they plotted an attack against the Academy to manipulate, trick them by putting a false order into the Akasha, which was their main tool to control the people. And then release Nahida. And from there discovered a plot that they were trying to create a new god, where Scaramouche, the Fatui Harbinger, was being used to become the new god with a giant mecha body. Which, after discovering what it was, they went to fight that mecha, which Nahida had to create her own loop to try and find a way to beat it, because the traveler was actually gonna get his ass handed to him multiple times. Until Nahida finally found a way to beat it, which they actually then did the real fight with her actually taking part of it. And left Scaramouche in a coma temporarily. Yeah, Sumeru's... yeah, you might want to look into Sumeru's story. Sumeru's a total shitfest of a story.
You have my
a
deepest
lot
gratitude.
happens that I'm just skipping over.
That Flame Reaver's power is truly unfathomable. Please be careful.
And you don't even get to explore all Sumeru.
Don't forget, Deliverer. There's a
and
fundamental truth in this world.
that desert city
Cypher
right outside
will
of the forest.
always get the last laugh. No need to worry about a demigod. I'll do my job. So you need to make sure you don't die before you pay me.
For your sanity. I guess for now, but if you do want to continue that, you would have to look into Sumeru, since some things they learn from there, they do use it in later stuff. They do make reference to it.
I'm back. I've been trying to stay away from here since the Black Tide destroyed the grove. And through that, stay away from the memories that might make me sad.
Well, see, I'm
but
not
the
sure what to
wind
face
keeps
them
pulling
now.
me back. Maybe that's the Twilight Courtyard's duty, after all.
I will be closing down soon, though.
I
It is
know,
getting late.
little Ika. I know. I too miss the days when we all studied together.
Yeah, Sumeru's Chaos is very different. Is more... what's the word? Not actual combat, but more... plotting, trickery, lies, manipulation, abuse of authority, and trying to unravel and expose all of that. Which is also when Nahida discovers how she was born and actually ends up destroying the previous Archon's memory, and everyone forgets it. Everyone thinks that the previous Archon is actually Nahida herself, because she was completely erased from the entire world's memory, and that technically World 3 has to create new memories to make up for the absence of that
we have
memory.
an even more important mission this time round.
Which Scaramouche then later
Lord
uses,
Finan has already set the date to campaign against
Turn race
Aquila.
himself in hopes of changing
Being a
history.
descendant of the Sky People, I...
But changed absolutely nothing. He ended up forgetting who he was and became Wonder. But after our efforts, we actually ended up restoring his memories. And well, he then stayed with Nahida, and we gave him a name ourselves. Which, in my case, I named him Skaranyan. Given that the memory was restored from the perspective of a kitty.
You're right. At least I can still afford to get lost in thought once in a while.
Maybe a little bit.
Oh, ancestors. Please wait for just a bit longer. The time I spent in the grove deserves some reminiscence.
You know, it rules about the importance of memory and the dangers of knowledge. Okay, fortunately I can still have access to the menu, so I'll be able to actually call it here. Technically speaking, we did just finish a big part of the story with Aglaya unfortunately dying at the end. And now we kind of know a little bit what's gonna happen. I'll leave that up to you. Well, like I said, they do make some reference to things because they compare it to some things that happened in both Fontaine and Atlam at some point. With that whole memory stuff and the whole also dangers of certain knowledges. Yeah, I'm not so because it's 2 in the morning. I'm tired. And those cutscenes were, oh man, long. Not gonna lie, they were long. Look at the warp real quick. Yeah, no. I do not have enough. I have enough for 2. God damn it. I'm nowhere near enough. I really want Hyacinth, not gonna lie. She's a really good healer to have. So you can probably look up a brief summary of Sumeru's entire story. Of someone who probably explains it better than me. Of course, I wouldn't advise looking at my 4-hour-long streams because it has so. Well, technically, it just hardly has any combat as well for the whole Sumeru stuff. I focus mostly on its story, and it was a lot of blah 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 on Sumeru. Yeah, I think it's about time we all went to sleep right now. Well, let me switch overlay and begin closing down. And so far this story has been very depressing, not gonna lie. Yeah, and they're probably like cutting corners because I also had to like explore, activate portals because I didn't have every single portal on. That's why to me it took longer. And believe me, they probably cut a lot given that that story's several hours long. Like definitely more than 4 hours long, but it's like what, 8 hours of talking and talking and talking. I think I say he only got Lynx and Gallagher, and another healer will help. Yeah, I think I got like most of the healers. I think the only one I don't have is the one from the Lafu. That Alchemy Commission one, I do not remember her name, which is another one I want because she's a bit more offensive. But Hyacinth's gonna be so useful. Up to you there, Kirito. Be thankful that the main story does not include the Aranara. That's a whole nother shitfest. And about another 8 hours of story. But anyways, I actually did not like the Aranara all that much. Let's see. Tomorrow is Warframe. I have no idea what I'm gonna do on Warframe, honestly. Probably work on standing, maybe. I'm not sure. I didn't pull for Huahua because I didn't want her, but she's cute and rest the healers I didn't really like. I like Huahua over Lynx, honestly. While Lynx is decent, Huahua has the cleansing and auto cleansing. Not to mention she can buff attack with her ultimate. So she made her more useful, and that was my main healer for a long time. Now I'm kind of working on Gallagher, trying to make it a little bit more useful since he works better with other characters. Not to mention that her ultimate also gave free energy to everyone, except for herself, of course. Nah, that's up to you there. The other, yeah, will probably bore you, but the main story of Sumeru, I don't know. Maybe a little bit, maybe. Yeah, but how Hyacinth works, like no matter what, she will always heal whenever whenever your characters lose health. Unlike Gallagher, where you need to use the ultimate in order for that to work. I feel like Hyacinth will be proper replacement for Gallagher. Not to mention her little Memo Sprite will do more damage the more it heals, which I also like. Makes her a bit more offensive. Good night there, Julian, Kirito. Sleep well. And I myself, yes, I'm going to sleep myself. I'm very tired right now. As much as I kind of want to continue because the story at least is getting quite interesting, I need to call it there. Hey, I do feel like that was like mostly cutscene, and no combat. But I guess they need to set it up for what's to come. Be better. Yeah, probably. Okay, I think he also gives stuff above. I don't remember the buff. But I need to work on mine at some point. Mine is only okay, but not great. He can do a lot better. But for now, I'm just off to sleep. I'll continue the story next week. And hopefully we can get more done. Or maybe finish it. Who knows. I do want to jump onto the event as well, because I need a lot of pulls for highest, and I did a temple with 0 pity, and of course I didn't get it. But anyways, that is gonna be it for tonight's stream. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope to see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.